More than 6 months since my friend Charlie Kirk was murdered just 25 feet from me at Utah Valley University. On March 26th, I'm going back to that campus for the first time as part of our college tour in honor of Charlie. I'm not sure how I'm going to react to being there, but the plan is to address a bunch of pressing questions, like, is the murder of Charlie Kirk proof that God doesn't exist? And if God does exist, then why did he allow Charlie to die? And why have there been so many slanderous lies and accusations since his murder? What's God's solution to the evil that we see all around us? And what's God's solution to the evil that all of us have committed in our own lives? Charlie knew what that solution is, and it's not political, and it's not difficult. In fact, Charlie risked his life to show people that solution.
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith.
We'll get into that solution and your questions at Utah Valley University that night, March 26th. So come on out. And if you can't be there, then please join us live on the Cross Examine YouTube channel at 9 p.m. Eastern. Our goal is to make heaven crowded. I hope to see you there, and thanks for your prayers.
Okay, everyone, welcome. Just give me one moment here. Thank you so much for coming. I am glad you're here. I don't know if you guys know, Frank's going to be live soon, so I'm going to try to bring it up on stage. I'm just going to bring up one more thing. Welcome to Alley Top Files. He's going to be at UVU if anybody didn't know. But I thought it would be cool to cover it, talk about it, whatever you guys think. I have a poll, and let me play one more video because he's probably going to be live soon. Give me 1 second. If you haven't seen, there's another one he did.
Behind me is where Charlie Kirk was murdered in September, and on March 26th, just behind me is where Charlie Kirk was murdered in September, and on March 26th, we're going to be back here to answer questions as to why would God allow this to happen? What's God's solution to evil? Where do we go from here? It's going to be at 7 p.m. here in Orem, Utah. If you're anywhere near this area, please come out. It's open to everybody. If you can't be here, it's going to be streamed live on our YouTube channel at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on March 26th. I hope to see you there. Thanks for praying.
All right. This is Deja Vu, right? Okay. So I'm going to pull up the page now. Welcome, Chris. Chris is here too.
Hello.
How's my sound? Can everybody hear us okay? Good audio? Let us know. I'm going to now I'm going to try to add it on. I don't know if they're live yet, but we'll see. All righty. Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
No, they played the trailer. So the trailer comes on over and over again.
Until they go?
Until they go. So I will just leave it here. That's their goal. Okay, guys? Just give me a second. Probably didn't see that. All right. Sounds good? Okay. So should I take do you guys want to see the chat, their chat on the side, or you just want to see the UVU thing? And then I can bring up questions and I'll try to answer them. So first of all, I have a new member. Thank you so much. Alpaca Renee. Thank you so much. Hi, Debbie. Yeah, I'm so sorry about the other live. I did it privately, so that's probably why I didn't get a notification.
Yeah, it was kind of a bombshell episode that we were pre-recording, and we just wanted to try to get it out. So we apologize for going off our normal schedule. It's just we have a couple things this week which are kind of important, like our episode that we aired last night, and trying to cover this here, and to see what Frank actually says, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And thank you, Laura. If I'm saying this right, Trochel. 7091 became a new member. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you,
I
Laura.
appreciate it. I'm trying to do 3 a week. Cold case, true crime, and conspiracies on Tuesday. And Friday's Freedom Friday for Charlie, or whatever else we want to talk about. If somebody wants to come on, it's usually a moment for anybody to come on my stream. And then Sundays I do Pastor Sundays and updates. So thank you so much for being a member. Oh, I got another member, I think. Serpay. Am I saying this right? Serpiphone? Serpiphone. Serpay? Serpay?
Serpephany,
Serpephany.
I think.
Is that right? Am I
think.
wrong? Thank you so much for becoming a new member. If you're here, I don't know if you're here. And whenever I do a live, sometimes if you're a member, I can make you a moderator if you want to be one. Yeah, just let me know. Let me see new comments here. Hold on a second. So sounds good. My audio. I'm a little bit late. I'm just reading some of your comments here. Hi ho, my lost friends. This is the first notification I've received from y'all in weeks. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they're blocking me from YouTube. I don't know. Hello, Leslie Ross. All right. FT doesn't work me into this level of evil. So yeah, yes. This case has been crazy. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Sorry, I had a rogue kitty cat I had to go deal with.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just reading some
Comments?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've waited all day to see Frank give an emotional speech. Yes. I do have a poll, so you can vote, or if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Yeah, just wondering what this is going to be about, because a lot of his statements have just sort of contradicted a lot of other things that a lot of other people have said. So
Yeah.
we're just wondering, is it going to be a little more of the same? Are we going to get some clarification on something? Or
Yeah. I don't even know how long it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be inside. Obviously, it's going to be inside. It's not going to be outside, but yeah. I don't know if I should take the chat off on the side, or people can't even read that. Or should I just play it like this? Or you want me on like that? I don't know. Hey Frank, how was your trip to Fairy Lake with the boys? Yeah.
no
Rick
kidding.
Cutler, Brian, and Butch, you mean? Yeah.
Yep.
I know those.
Yep.
Good evening. Thank you so much for coming, Sean. Yeah. Oh, I think I already read that one.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I'm a little bit behind. Okay. I'm behind. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't care to see their chat. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I can remove it so it looks bigger. Does
Yeah.
that make any sense?
Honestly, that kind of makes sense, right?
Great reporting. Thank you. I have a poll if you want to take the poll. I mean, I can just give you my reactions if you want. It's better than just going to his page and watching it, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he'll give us something to react to.
Everything in the comments has been filtered out, because if you say one thing wrong, I think they block you, because I'm noticing everybody's like praying for Frank. And so I thought it'd be a great idea to cover this, and you guys can write whatever you want in my chat, what you think.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can't write it in his.
Yeah.
So
if you see anything or hear anything that's weird, like, just shout it out.
Yep.
And even if we don't see it or get to it while we're live,
Yep.
we always put the live chat replay on, so
Yep.
we can always go back and look and, screenshot it, or, research it later, or like whatever, right?
what time is your Friday live stream? I usually normally try to do it like for around 4 p.m. Eastern. Sometimes I go 3:45, but I usually put something in my community. I put a picture there, and I put the link. So check my community post, and I'm pretty good at I'm trying to be better at letting y'all know. So yesterday was a little bit weird because
Yeah, there's a pre-recorded special episode.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, go check it out.
Yeah. There's nothing in Harpole's hands, is what.
Yeah, basically we debunked the whole Brian Harpole Triggerman theory.
Yeah.
Finally, after all these months, we get enough pictures and video to go through.
Yeah.
We can actually see there was nothing in his hands. and he didn't even move his hands when the supposed detonation or shot occurred. So there's no way he could have actually triggered anything. Having said that, is he a weird guy? Is he suspicious? Has he been untruthful?
I think there's something in his back pocket. That's just me. Could be a wireless receiver. I don't know. Starts with an S, maybe. I don't know. Possibly. So yeah, I did that, and there was also an X space in that live. So
yes,
and I'm doing something really cool. You can look at time codes, and you can just click on what you want to watch.
Yeah, we were trying to add.
I did a lot of work on that.
Just because it's hard, like with the longer streams, we recognize your guys' pain, and that it can be hard to find certain things. So we tried to add at least a couple time codes in there to make sifting through stuff easier.
Yeah.
Oh, is that from Debbie? $5 super sticker?
Yes. Thank you so much,
thank
Debbie.
You, Debbie.
Debbie, you're an amazing moderator, and a lot of help too with some of the things when we were doing a live stream one time.
Oh, more than one time.
Was it the ring? She didn't even ask for the ring. That is like, I'm having dreams about that now. She's asking, "Where's the necklace? Where's the necklace, Frank?" She didn't even ask for his ring.
Yeah, weird. You figure wedding ring would be like top of the list. Like, I don't know.
I'm just gonna keep checking. Like, I don't know. They're running late. It's 9:03. Let me check.
Still nothing. What do we got? What do we got?
Oh, they're live.
There we go.
Hold
on.
We're
gonna switch over, guys. Gonna switch over.
I hope to see you there.
Oh, it says they're live. So where is it? Hold on. Let me go to his thing. He's live. Here we go. I don't hear anything.
Yeah, not hearing anything yet either.
It's we'll be starting soon, it says.
Okay.
Can you guys see that? I'm not going to show any
Yep, it's coming up. I've got the display on the iPad here.
It's weird because I don't hear anything. Okay, they just said that we'll be starting soon, so I guess we hear nothing yet.
Well, so they could have the mics muted. That happens on stuff like this. They'll just mute the mics and let everybody come in and get seated, because it looks like they're still getting organized there. Looks like there's some empty seats. There's people walking around.
You are not late. It is so Mountain Time, they have it for 7 and it's 9 right now.
And we're Eastern time.
Eastern. So every Friday I try to put everything in my community post, like when I'm gonna go. I'm usually late on that, but I'm gonna be better. Okay. It does take a lot of work to do these shows, so I'm not gonna lie.
I respect the people who make it look easy.
Yeah.
Like someone who makes it look easy is like Coach Colin. He puts out 2 shows a day. You know, he never looks tired or anything. He's just always got a lot of energy. He's the type of person that makes this look easy.
Yeah, like you want to. I'm research. Oh, here we go, guys.
Here we go. Here we go.
I wonder. Oh, here's Frank. You think he's wearing his shirt?
All right. Well, thank you everybody for coming. Y'all feel free to get seated, get settled. This is an event. We're Ratio Christi, and we're happy to have Dr. Frank Turek presenting on If God, Why Evil. I just wanted to thank everybody who helped us kind of get this group together. You know, Turning Point USA on campus, they helped us a ton promote this. So thank you guys. Also, give a hand for Turning Point USA. Thank you. And also, Chi Alpha, another Christian club on campus. Is Jameson here? If Jameson, you could stand up. Jameson's in the back.
God, I think he's wearing the shirt.
Well. Y'all talk to him about their club.
I was right.
We have a Turning Point table outside, Ratio Christi table outside. Y'all go after this event. Go and chat it up. It's awesome. But I wanted to introduce you guys to Frank Turek. So let's give Frank a round of applause.
What do you got for us, Frank?
Don't forget to do my poll.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God.
How many people were here on September 10th and saw the murder? Took work off to come see Charlie. I know I don't have to say this, and it almost makes no sense for me to say this, but I feel like I should say this. It's not your fault. You know, as the evidence stands right now, one man decided that he was going to do evil on this campus. And of course, you never thought it would happen in this state. Never thought it would happen in this campus. But it did. The world's a totally different place now. I was always worried that somebody was going to take a shot at Charlie, because Satan attacks effective people and effective organizations. And Charlie and I had been working together for about 5 years. I'm not an employee of TPUSA, but I think it's one of the finest organizations I've ever been a part of, and even from a distance. And Charlie, about early 2020, emailed our organization and said, I've been watching Frank's videos from the college campus, and he's helped me a lot. I'd like to meet him. So I called him up and we became fast friends, and he wanted me to mentor him in what is known as Christian apologetics, evidence for the faith. Now, it can be really hard to mentor somebody smarter than you, but not in Charlie's case, because the only thing that exceeded his intellect was his humility. And it wasn't just me he had as mentors. He was learning from everybody. He was learning from people even younger than him who knew things that he didn't know, because he was humble and he knew that he could learn from anybody. So this past summer, I went to Phoenix on 4 different occasions to spend time with Charlie. And we would sit and talk about all sorts of different issues that we get on a college campus, questions we get on a college campus. How could we answer them better? And there were other people involved, like Mikey McCoy and Danny Phillip and Blake Neff. He was learning from everybody. But after hours, sometimes Charlie would say, hey, let's go on a walk. And so we would walk through his neighborhood after dinner, after he put Gigi and Mac down, and we would talk about whatever was on his heart. And on Monday, September 8th, 2 nights before this, we had about a 90-minute walk with a 300-pound armed bodyguard behind us. And there were 3 issues that we talked about that was on his heart. Number 1 was government, and particularly the encroachment of Islam on our freedoms. The second was the evidence for God and the resurrection, what we might call the church. And the third was the family. And after Charlie died, I thought to myself, why was he so concerned about these 3 issues? Do you know those are the same 3 institutions that God established? He established government, he established the family, and he established the church. And that's what Charlie wanted to talk about. And so he said, this tour, he was preparing all summer for it, and he said,
All summer?
why don't you just come with me to the first event? You're in Phoenix, just come with me. You can be there for the first event, and then we can debrief it and all that. And on the way here, we were actually still preparing. We knew there are so many Mormon friends here. We're going to get questions on LDS. We were talking about that on the way in. First question was asked by Henry, who's here. Henry, where are you? Here's Henry. He asked the first questions about LDS.
I can't. It's live. Can I?
On the way in.
Oh, I guess I can pause it. Sorry, guys.
Henry Dells is here.
Oh, he's the first speaker that spoke about like the Mormons.
I know. He was the first speaker that day.
Okay. Wow.
And he's here to ask Frank Turek a question.
So how come I want to know who's asking questions? Are they all pre-planned is what I'm
It looks like.
Okay, I'll just keep going. Sorry.
Yeah.
He thought he would get a question on trans violence. The last text I sent Charlie Kirk was data on trans violence. I texted it to him from the back seat. He was in the front seat. Charlie, take a look at this.
Oh, that's weird.
Second question was about trans violence.
Oh,
Hunter asked that question. I met Hunter yesterday here. Is Hunter here? I don't know if he's here.
that's what. Of course, he's there.
Hunter, where are you? There he is, right there. Hunter was here to ask a question, and that's when the shot rang out. And I was always worried somebody was going to take a shot at Charlie. So I said to myself, if anyone ever does that, just do whatever you can. I don't know what that is, but just try and help them. I was in the Navy, which stands for never again volunteer yourself.
Sorry, I just want to say something because he's talking about that text, sending it to Charlie. Well, after all this happened, Butch, the guy he came in with that got his hat signed, you guys all know who Butch is. He was like in the background going, "It's really weird, eh? That we got shot at. They asked about trans violence. Isn't that weird?"
Yeah, and I just want to mention something else. Why is both like Henry and Hunter there? Like, are they trying to make him out to be the new Charlie? Like, those are the last people who
What?
spoke to him.
I'm
This is
weirded out.
weird.
Weirded out.
And so when the shot rang out, I actually had my phone out because I was signaling the shooter, as you know. Had my phone out because I'd FaceTime my wife because the spectacle, as you know, those of you that were there that day, the energy, the festiveness for a Q&A. What? And so I had my wife on, I was sharing with her, and then I said, hey, let me call Spencer and Caroline, my son and daughter-in-law. They're big Charlie fans. So I'm just standing there like this. And then the shot rings out, and I see Charlie go down. And I don't remember saying this, but my daughter-in-law's going, the first thing you said was, no, 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 no. And then I stepped toward him, and it's, those of you who were here, you remember that?
No, the first thing he did was fall down, and he was on his hands and knees.
Crawling around on the ground.
He wasn't, yeah. Okay? I just want to let you know that. I do have a picture of it somewhere. But yeah.
You went down, didn't you? You went, is there more shots coming? But his security team was already there. By the way, his security team did not drop the ball, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if we'll ever know. Anyway, so I'm on the, looking at the tent right over here. I'm on the other side over there. And his security team's on him. And they take him on this side of the tent. And so I run around that other side of that pillar there. And there's somebody had video of this. They're putting Charlie in the back seat. I can't get on either side, so I pop the hatch open and I get in the back of this SUV, the SUV we came in on. And Charlie's laid out right in front of me. Rick is here. Brian's here. Dan right there, you see in the glasses, he's up front with the GPS. Justin's driving. Go, 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 go.
Uh-oh.
Couldn't stop the bleeding.
Wait, what? There was nothing, what?
His eyes weren't looking at me. They were looking right past me into eternity. He was already gone. But of course, weren't sure of that. So we're doing whatever we can. His team was calm. My special skill that day was yelling. Did plenty of that.
You did plenty of
Toward the
calling,
end, I tried
too.
CPR on him as we were getting to the hospital. Wasn't responding. Got him into the hospital.
He's forgetting to say that he did CPR in the
Yeah.
car.
Yeah, so originally he
He's
said he
forgetting
did
to say that.
CPR and he was pounding on his chest. Now that's not happening. And now they're just trying to control bleeding.
Now he's saying he can't stop the bleeding.
Well, that's a 180.
Because you can't do CPR on someone if they're bleeding. And Brian Harpole said they didn't do CPR, and he said they did.
He said he was pounding on him. Or pounding him.
And it seems like we went into an empty emergency room. There was nobody in there. Don't you know we're coming? Where are you?
Whoa, my goodness.
Within 2 minutes, they were on him. Rick and I were praying out loud the whole time. The nurses were phenomenal there. As the doctors attended to him, they took us to other rooms and cleaned us up. And they took Charlie into the OR.
That's so weird.
They said, we have a pulse. Rick and I are going, all right, maybe. Mikey gets there, shaking. He's talking to JD Vance on the phone. We're all standing in the hall. Doctor comes out. I can't get this voice out of my head. He's dead. No, I'm sorry. No, we tried everything with the tenderness of a brick. He's dead. I need to talk to Erica. Mikey's on the phone going,
Is this new? Oh, I'm going to love this. This is going to be great. This is all new info, everyone.
So apparently the doctor just comes out and yells he's dead.
Yeah, and he blew my ear out, babe, by the way. Okay.
That's the weirdest crap I've heard yet from him.
Okay, he's going to keep
Allegedly.
going.
Somehow Mikey pulled himself together, called who needed to be called, asked the doctors all the hard questions, got a plane to get Erica. Stacy Sheridan, friend of Erica, was with her. Catherine LaCastro, another amazing TPUSA employee, was with her. We're all standing around going, I can't believe this. I went up to Dan there, hugged him. I said, this is not your fault. Wasn't his fault. He had to trust other people. And they said they had it. When Erica shows up, all she has is the clothes on her back. And now there are conspiracy theorists.
Hold on, mister. You know that the security's supposed to be taking care of talent. He's paying all of you. How many were there? And they got extra. Okay.
Well, he also said it wasn't Dan's fault. Isn't that Dan's only job?
Dan is the leader of the whole entire group. If you guys didn't know, it's not Brian. So
Brian's team's a hired contractor.
Dan and Rick, no taco. They don't like to talk. So Dan and Rick, what's going on? And you can cover the roofs. You can get binoculars. We have them. So you can even look at roofs. You can do all that stuff. They didn't do it. I can even see from a distance if there's someone on the roof. And you want to know what? Clear that up with Chief Long. Check. And I know
maybe
we've
ask
gone.
a question.
Yeah, I need you to cover that roof, that roof, that room, that roof.
Man.
This is actually BS.
Wow.
Putting out nonsense like Erica went on a shopping spree. Nobody had clothes. I didn't have clothes. I had to put scrubs on. We threw our clothes away.
I bet you did.
Now you know we had to go to the store and buy clothes, yeah. But that doesn't stop the conspiracy theorists, huh?
He threw his clothes.
That's the problem they had.
No, he
they
threw
had
his
to
clothes
get
away?
clothes.
I want your clothes.
Oh.
Where did you put them? In the garbage?
Oh
That
my
should-
God.
That should go to the investigators. Your clothes. Where'd you put them? I want to see if there's anything on those clothes. I want to test it for DNA.
Oh,
Where's your clothes, Frank?
Frank, you're a gem.
They say they know what happened.
I'm gonna lose my.
So later, after Erica meets with the doctors and meets with Charlie, and this is maybe 6 hours after, I see her in the hall. She's a mess, as you can imagine.
He's retelling the whole story. Yeah, I don't know who said that just now. What's her name? Nurse. What? Yeah, at nurse. Yeah. Why is he talking? No other talking points. We already heard this 1,000 times, but it's okay. There's going to be some discrepancies in his little speech of the day again.
I just want to add something. One of our commenters here watching Inlight. Oh my goodness, Candace is going to have a field day. Candace is going to be able to do a 7-part episode just on this. Oh my goodness.
She says, he loved you and he was doing what he wanted to do. Please don't let his legacy die. That's why we're here. So what I want to do is spend a little bit of time talking about the things Charlie was concerned with. And one of the issues whenever you talk about these things is, if there is a good God, why is there evil? Why did he allow this to happen? Where was God on September 10th here? In fact, when we were driving in here, you know how you come off the highway here and then you have to take a left to come into this campus? When we were waiting at that left-hand turn, Charlie said, Frank, pray. I did. Prayed for safety too. Why didn't he say yes?
Oh my God.
Is it possible that the God we pray to doesn't exist?
What the heck? My freaking ear.
Let's look at it. Here's what I want to do tonight. I want to cover 3 questions. Why? Who and what? Why? Why would God allow this to happen? Is it possible that God doesn't exist?
Why is, well, we know why. Who? Well, we kind of know who. What?
Yeah, I think we're further ahead than he is on this, to be honest.
Why is like so many reasons why. Who, we kind of know who the who is, because I can name you a bunch of them. And what does what mean?
I don't know. A couple people in the
What?
comments are saying they're noticing people walking out.
What is the what? He's the Messiah. He's the martyr. He's the chosen one. He gave us everything. He gave his life for us. You see what's happening here?
Does it disprove God that evil like this happens? Second question, who? If we're going to talk about God, who is God?
Oh, is that what we're talking about? Okay,
Is
gosh.
he just a big man on a cloud? Does he have the power to do what we ask him to do? Who is this God? And then what? What's the solution to all this? Why is there evil at all? And what's God's ultimate solution? So with that said,
They use God and religion for everything. All right? Like, I don't know what to say, you guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
you guys ready to go?
no, we're not ready.
All right, let's start right here. Let's start at why. We've got one enthusiastic person.
Oh, here we go.
Beautiful. Let's go.
I bet you it's going to be Henry. Let me call it. I'm calling Henry.
Actually, the answer to does evil disprove God was answered by the greatest man I ever knew personally. And here he is.
Oh my.
31 years old. A couple of years before this date, our mutual friend James Lindsay, who is an atheist / agnostic, although he's moving toward us, texted Charlie and he said, Charlie, I've been reading what's been going on in the 20th century, or what went on in the 20th century, and how much evil was done in the 20th century, mostly by governments against their own people. whether it's Stalin, Lenin, Mao, Hitler, 100 million innocent people dead. He said, Charlie, because of all this evil, I'm starting to believe in Satan. So you know what Charlie texted back? Here's what he texted back. If Satan, then God. Now, why did he say that? Because evil in itself can't be explained without reference to a standard known as good. If there is no thing known as good, then there's nothing known as evil. And I'll explain this more in a minute. But C.S. Lewis was the one, early on in his life,
I'll tell you this much with your comment, because I'm sorry to stop it for a second, because when Charlie passed, I took out my Bible. I'm telling you, if this is some kind of, then I got manipulated in the process of this when it first happened. What they want is, if you listen to Colvett, if you listen to everybody talk about this in the beginning, they said, everybody's going back to church. They're taking out their Bibles. I did that. Ask him. Did I not do that?
Yeah.
I did. I put my Bible away, my bottle. I put my Bible away for many, many years. Like, I don't know, it must have been 4 or 5, and then I took it out because he passed away.
Yeah. And then we look at these individuals in
and this
Turning Point Faith and the messages they're allegedly sending. It's I don't know if it's on the level, man.
He's the reason. They're making him the reason. Everybody's gonna go back to church now.
He was an atheist, and he went to World War I, and he said, well, there can't be a good God. There's too much injustice in the world. There's too much evil, so how can there be a good God? And Tolkien, you guys know who Tolkien was, right? Lord of the Rings.
Calm down.
He and Lewis were friends. They were in a group called the Thinklings. They would get together and talk, and Tolkien eventually was responsible for bringing Lewis to Christianity. And Lewis, one day, I guess after a conversation with Tolkien, realized that if he thought the world was unjust, as an atheist, he had a big problem. And he ultimately wrote it in the book Mere Christianity. Evil requires good and good requires God. Of course, he put it in a very catchy way, as Lewis always did. He said this: as an atheist, my argument against God was that the universe seems so cruel and unjust. But how had I got this idea of just and unjust? A man does not call a line crooked unless he has some idea of a straight line. What was I comparing this universe with when I called it unjust? You see, you wouldn't know what a crooked line was unless you knew what a straight line was. You wouldn't know what injustice was unless you knew what justice was. Something can't be not right unless something is right. And so Lewis is pointing out that if you're going to say something is wrong, you're assuming something's right. But something can only be right or good in an objective sense if there's a standard beyond ourselves that we're all obligated to obey. That standard can only exist if God exists. If there is no God, everything's just a matter of opinion. What you saw on this quad a little over 6 months ago, if there is no God, wasn't really wrong. You just may not have liked it. But if there is no standard beyond us that defines what good is, then there can't be anything that deviates from good, which is what evil is. You know what evil really is? Evil is anti-creation.
Remember, he's from the Navy. Was he a Navy officer? I forgot.
His father was.
No, he was.
He actually was.
Frank is, yeah.
Okay.
So, Candace talked about the mind manipulation and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, all these military men become pastors. I mean, right now we're just going to be listening to this, and I don't know what he's trying to say right now.
I just wanted to point out one thing. He actually said something that was actually truth, and the only thing that to me that he's actually said, which made sense, is that how do you know what's bad unless you have that standard, that gold standard to compare things to? That's actually true.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
I get it.
So I'm throwing him a bone here.
Oh my gosh, I don't think he needs bones. I mean, okay.
God creates something good and we degrade it. God created Charlie Kirk, and an assassin degraded Charlie Kirk. not completely, because he's absent from the body but present with the Lord.
Oh, not that again.
But when God creates something good and we degrade it, that's what evil is.
Absent from the body, present with the Lord. You put him there. Like, I don't know what to say. What? He shouldn't have went there. You knew people could carry guns into the freaking UVU. You knew it wasn't safe.
Yeah,
You know you did it inside last time. Now you're doing all your events inside. It doesn't make any sense.
Nurse CJ had a good comment. This is all performative.
Yeah.
Right there. Just performative.
Yeah.
I feel like,
yeah.
and other people have mentioned in our chat too, is that this might be almost re-traumatizing for some of the students as well.
Looks like a vampire. Oh my God, you should hear him in my ear.
Oh.
He's like, because I'm like, ah.
It's almost like he's, how do I say this? It's almost like he's trying to reinforce a certain set of ideals here with this. Like he's trying to force, or what's the word? I'm trying to be careful how I say this.
I don't know. I think he's trying to make Charlie the Messiah. Like he was it. He's kind of like a god. He's treated him like he's like everything. He's the savior. He's the Lord. He's like, they call him the martyr. How many times they call him martyr?
Yeah.
He was the martyr.
Well, that's because martyrs usually get followings, right?
Yeah.
Like massive ones.
Yeah.
Almost religious, literally.
Yep.
Wow.
Present with the Lord.
In fact, you could put it this way. Evil is like cancer. If you take all the cancer out of a good body, you got a better body, right? What happens if you take all the body out of the cancer? You got nothing, right? Cancer can only exist in a good body. Evil can only exist if good exists. Or evil is like rust in a car. If you take all the rust out of a car, you got a better car. What happens if you take all the car out of the rust? You got a Pinto. You got to be old enough to get that. All right. Or we could say this: the shadows prove the sunshine. In order to have shadows, you got to have sunshine. In other words, in order to have evil, you have to have good. Oh, you can have sunshine without shadows. You can have good without evil, but you can't have shadows without sunshine. You can't have evil without good. So if evil exists...
Oh, sorry, guys. You guys are making this so much more fun for me. I mean, I hope I'm making this so... I mean, oh my God.
This almost seems allegedly like a pre-programmed mental brainwashing lecture. Allegedly, I don't know for sure. It's just my opinion.
I'm getting tears in my eyes like that. Okay. Like, I hope I'm making this fun for you because this is very hard to watch.
Yeah, we're getting through this together, guys.
God exists. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but it's true. Now, the next question, though, is if evil doesn't disprove God, in fact, evil presupposes God, why does God allow certain things to happen? Probably 15 years ago, maybe longer, I was at Michigan State and I was doing an I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist presentation. And I knew there was a militant atheist in the audience because he sat through the entire presentation looking like this. I mean, he didn't crack a smile once, and I had some pretty good jokes in there.
I think that's what
anyway,
we're looking at, Frank, like.
Q&A came up, he was sitting on this side of the room, and his hand went up, and I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "If there is a good God, why doesn't he stop all the evil in the world?" I said, "Sir, that is an excellent question. Maybe because if he did, he might start with you and me, because we do evil every day." Do you ever notice whenever you start complaining about evil, you're always complaining about somebody else? Hey, God, why don't you stop him? God, why don't you stop her? God, why don't you stop Hitler? God, why don't you stop the shooter? Why do we never say, God, why don't you stop me?
Why didn't you stop it? Stop blaming everything on God, religion. You guys, there's so many of you.
You let him down.
You could have been right beside him. Why were you all so far away from him if you're just supposed to protect the body of the talent?
And the tent, and you have no jurisdiction besides the tent.
No but you got jurisdiction for drones, and like, so we had drones that day. Okay, Frank. But why didn't you get right beside him? Why are you all so far away from him in all your spots?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
allegedly
weird.
In places where you don't have jurisdiction.
That's weird.
Ladies and gentlemen, If God were to stop evil at midnight tonight, would you still be alive at 12:01? No, I wouldn't be. We do evil every day.
Yeah.
And yet we never say, God, why don't you stop me? And then I said to him, sir, this really is a great question. And if we had a semester, we could really unpack it. We don't have a semester. I just got a couple of minutes. So in the interest of brevity, I want to show you a very short video. And I'm going to show that video to you right now. This is not doesn't answer it completely, but as my friend John Lennox says, it's not a complete answer, but it's a doorway to an answer. It explains why evil exists and why God allows it. You guys ready to go? There's a lot going on in here. Check it out. Here it is.
Is God good? If he is, why is there suffering and evil?
Oh,
Let's assume for the moment that God is all-powerful.
wait, is this like a grade 3 presentation?
I think we're getting a God cartoon
I think we
from
know.
Frank Turek.
I think this is
Oh, my
university. I think they
goodness.
know what God is, and they don't need a brainwashing tour of it. Like, I don't know what this is.
What are we being
This
shown?
means that God can do anything that is logically possible. So he can create galaxies and subatomic particles and rainforests and you. But God cannot do what is logically impossible. He cannot make a square circle or a one-ended stick. So can God make a rock so big that he can't lift it? No. So what if, when God created human beings, he wanted them to be free? Freedom's a good thing, but if humans are to be free, they cannot be forced to obey God. Because freedom without choice is like a square circle. It's a logical contradiction. No choice, no freedom. God didn't want robots. He wanted real people. The first humans endowed with the awesome power of free choice abused their freedom. The tragic consequences of their bad choice and our bad choices ripple across the world. God is responsible for the fact of freedom, but humans are responsible for their acts of freedom. But let's remember, we don't suffer alone. God will put an end to suffering and evil.
Okay.
And God became a man to suffer with us. God is good, and he wants real people like you to know him. But the free choice is yours.
Can you? What is?
If you had to sum up the sort of the core of that video, the reason evil exists is because of this. God gives us freedom, and he gives us freedom so we can love. The problem is freedom also gives us the capacity to do evil. If he were to take...
Hold on, weren't we supposed to get like someone to come down and talk?
I don't know. I thought this was going to be a question and answer period. And now he's busting a Rob McCoy, ripping off the jacket with the freedom shirt and throwing on a lecture with like an animal caricature video.
That video
I'm
came
lost
up,
here, man. I'm
and
lost.
he took his jacket off. That video came on and he took his jacket off. Okay.
I guess the giraffe was making him sweat a bit. Like, I don't know.
He's getting really into
take
it
our
now.
ability to do evil away and take our freedom away, we couldn't love. Sure, he could make a robot world, but that's not a moral world. That's not a world with love. So if we had to sum it up, we could say that evil exists because we have free will, which is the only way love and moral choices could exist. Now, how do you think the atheists looked after that? He looked like this. Yeah. He said, that doesn't explain it all. I mean, yeah, I can see how freedom could lead to evil, but there are, and I can see even how some evil can lead to good, but there are some evils out there that no good could possibly come from it. I said to him, sir, how could you know that? How could you know there's no good that could not possibly come from a given evil?
Yeah, what, my ear.
You would have to be all-knowing to know that, wouldn't you? Now, this problem of evil, I've struggled with for a long time until about 10 years ago when I did a really deep dive study on it. And what I'm about to share with you now is the biggest insight I've ever learned on this topic that helped.
Hold on, I just want to see who's in the audience. I'm an audience scanner.
Ah, good idea. Hold on.
Do, 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 Anybody recognize anybody?
Hold on.
What?
I'm taking a picture.
Okay.
I want to be able to look at this. I want to see who's in here later. Who came to see Frank speak, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
We're going to look at that.
I mean, I'd go there. He wouldn't like the questions that I would ask. Oh my God, is that the guy? That's the guy in the red hat. Do you guys see him? Okay. The guy in the red hat, right where that metal bar is.
Who is that guy?
He was there that day, I think. Look at him. He was in the crowd right in front of Charlie, I think.
You'd have to show me. I'll take your word for it. You have to show me.
Yeah, okay. I could be wrong, but it looks like him.
It wouldn't surprise me though, because they already have a couple other people that were there that day.
Yeah. Okay, I'll keep going. I just wanted to see this in the audience.
Me. I don't know if it's going to help you or not, but it really helped me because you see things happen and you go, I can't see any good coming from that. Why couldn't he have diverted the bullet? Why couldn't he have allowed the baby to live? Why couldn't he have prevented that massacre? Well, he could have. The question is, could he have allowed it for some reason we don't know about? Look, ladies and gentlemen, if life ends at the grave, yeah, there's a lot of evil that happens that there probably is no good that can come from that evil. But what if life doesn't end at the grave? What if it continues into eternity?
Then Charlie's come back and he's going to do something.
Yeah, you should actually hope that's not going to happen because you're going to have a very angry individual.
Yeah.
Maybe wanting to have a conversation with you. I think he's about 31.
Yeah.
I think he was wearing a freedom shirt.
Yeah.
I think he might be a little angry with you guys and have some questions.
If it's eternity, he might be doing something. Okay.
That really is what happens. Then it could be that things that occur actually ripple forward to affect other events, even into eternity. This is called the ripple effect. Have you guys heard of the ripple effect? That every event that occurs in this life ripples forward to affect trillions of other events in this life and even into eternity. And we can't trace all that. Look, I hardly know any of the past. I know very little of the present. I know nothing of the future except what God tells me. Can I trace all the ripples that can occur from an evil event occurring? Why did God allow Charlie to die right here, 100 yards from where we are? I don't know.
You didn't do your job, allegedly.
Yeah.
Right?
But I know why I don't know. I'm finite. I'm inside of time. I know very little of the past, very little of the present, know nothing of the future. But God can see the whole thing all at once. He knows how all of these events fit together. It could be that what took place here 6 months ago will ripple forward into the future and create a lot of good. In fact, I would argue it already has.
Hold on. Everybody's talking about this. Okay. I thought he died at the hospital, according to him, a while back. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I thought he did CPR too.
Yeah. And somebody else, who is it? Yeah, there we go. One Canadian girl. Is that Frank's security?
Yes.
Maybe. You notice that Dan's not there and Brian's not there? I guess he's safe. I guess he's safe, right?
Oh my gosh.
Since none of those guys are there, he's perfectly safe.
He said that in one of his
he doesn't even have to worry.
One of his tours that he did at a school, at a university. He said, "You want to know why I have these guys? I didn't need these guys before. Until what happened to Charlie, he needed security." And I'm like, "What? You want to know what? I feel like all of this leading up to this, everybody knew. He even said, "Did you amp up your security?" Charlie goes, "Yeah, they're trying to kill me." Frank said that.
Yeah. I think Frank is like the safest guy on the planet, though. Like I'm looking at his security detail,
Oh,
and
man.
like look at that guy. He looks on the ball.
Yeah, man.
Like look, he's not looking at Frank. He's looking at the crowd.
Yeah.
9 days. 9 days later.
Oh no. Why are we going
There's
through
Eric
this?
standing before 75,000 people. And there were another 30 or 40,000 in the building next to us. How many people have come to faith because of Charlie Kirk? Because of what happened? How many people are deeper in their faith because of Charlie Kirk? I was talking to a pastor today in Washington. He said the impact has been massive in his own in his own congregation. I'm talking about Washington State, the People's Republic of Washington State.
He don't have any. Where did he get all this security from? That costs a lot. That costs big bucks. He
Yeah,
don't just have one. He has a couple.
yeah.
Where'd it come from? Comes from TPUSA. He's working there. I don't see Rob McCoy anywhere.
Well,
Yeah.
he gave the shirt to Frank. I think Frank took over. It's
Yeah.
the passing of the shirt.
Has to
You
be.
know what I mean?
Has to be because it should be Rob McCoy here right now. Because
Normally it would have been.
he's the TPUSA. He left Godspeed Calvary. He left Calvary Church. Is it? Yeah. In California? Yeah.
I think
He left
so,
his
yeah.
church to his son-in-law. Okay. And he left it in July 2025 to go to the TPUS faith thing to continue on that. So where is he? He
Yeah.
went to Korea, and then as soon as he went overseas to promote the book about stop in the name of God, I haven't seen
It hasn't been much of him.
I brought out the deleted sermon, and I haven't seen him since then. I don't know.
That's
you
why
know.
that's why I'm saying he passed the shirt on to Frank. They passed the shirt on.
Or
It's the same one Rob wore in Korea.
Maybe he's doing Rob's stuff. He's getting paid for this event, guys. Come on.
There hasn't just been a ripple of good, there's been a tsunami of good. And it's still going. Now, do we know where it's all going to go? No, we don't. But according to Paul, who wrote the book of Romans, he says that we know that all things work together for good to those that love God and are called according to his purpose, to be conformed to the image of his son. Notice he doesn't say all things are good. The murder was not good, it was evil. But God can use evil to bring forth good. In fact, the greatest evil of all time, we're going to talk about in a few minutes, that brought forth the greatest good. So why I don't know where all this is going, I can still trust God even though I don't know. In fact, someone said this to me once, and I find it very profound. Maybe it'll help you. Don't let what you don't know cause you to doubt what you do know. Don't let what you don't know cause you to doubt what you do know.
Well, I think we should all live by those words. Don't let what you don't know cause you to doubt what you do know. Well, I think we've learned a lot in the last 6 months. I think we know quite a bit.
Yes.
I think we know quite a bit. Now tell us.
Thank you. I'll remember that quote, Frank.
Yep. And I would like to hold you to that, Frank. We know what we know. Why don't you tell us what we don't know?
You know?
Fill in some blanks, baby.
We just know, I don't know. I particularly I don't like the monitors. I don't like oh, now we have a glass. We have what?
Hoaxing
Sorry.
that comment.
My brain is going a mile a minute. Blank kids have to listen to this. Yeah.
Brutal.
I mean, why? Why do they have to show this picture? Look how protected she is. I didn't see her go to no event.
You want to know what's weird? Charlie gets shot, right? And then the very next thing, they got everybody behind glass. Too bad they didn't do that sooner.
Too bad they didn't protect him when they knew they could.
Yeah.
You got all this money for doing events, and you really cheap out on the events. Sorry, I'm not to be rude, but you're putting him up on a metal table. He could be put up on something a little bit more nicer, and that's just me.
Yeah.
But and then you do all this after he passes? Like, what? Wait, What?
It's a great afterthought, but thanks for showing that his safety and his life was an afterthought,
mattered.
allegedly.
It mattered before because you guys knew he was getting these threats. Sorry, I just had to say that.
I haven't even gone into the evidence for God yet.
Oh,
But there's other evidence other than the moral argument that God does exist. The argument from the beginning of the universe, the argument from the fine-tuning of the universe, the argument from the laws of logic and the laws of nature, the argument from the laws of mathematics, the argument from consciousness, the argument from first life and subsequent life forms, the argument from Old Testament prophecy, the argument from Jesus rising from the dead. There's a lot of evidence that God exists. So just because we can't answer every question in specificity, don't let what you don't know cause you to doubt what you do know.
new word of the day: specificity. Oh, specificity.
Specificity, guys.
Specificity.
Specificity, guys. Look up at the boards here. Specificity.
Specificity. I can't even say it.
Yeah, Frank Speckly, la good lingally.
Can I rewind that? I can't. Specificity.
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 Yeah, specifically, I believe is what he
By
meant.
the way, about this
I gotta rewind
trial.
it. Oh,
By the way,
quiet.
about this
I want to hear
of
it.
the universe, the argument from the laws of logic and the laws of nature, the argument from the laws of mathematics, the argument from consciousness, the argument from first life and subsequent life forms, the argument from Old Testament prophecy, the argument from Jesus rising from the dead. There's a lot of evidence that God exists. So just because we can't answer every question in specificity, don't let what you don't know cause you to doubt what you do know. And by the way, about this trial, about the conspiracy theories, don't let what you don't know cause you to doubt what you do know. I'd gone back to Phoenix after J.D. Vance brought Air Force 2 out here.
What?
To fly Charlie back to Phoenix. We took another
Air Force 2 to fly Charlie back to Phoenix? I was going to remember that.
Yeah.
I think that's true, but
Yeah, that is true, I think.
okay.
plane back on Friday. Of course, the murder happened on a Wednesday. Actually, we came back Thursday. It was Thursday afternoon. The vice president jumped into action right away for his friend. Friday morning,
He jumped right in. I know, because you guys had an event the next month and he took his seat. As per Terrell Farnsworth and Brian Farnsworth said, nobody can take his seat. Thank you so much, JD Vance, but the show must go on. I remember this.
That's right.
Okay?
I believe there was an awkward hug between JD Vance and somebody else.
I'll bring up the picture. I'm going to bring up a picture when you guys, I'm bringing it up.
I had the news on, and the announcement was, we got him. And I just collapsed. We got him. Who is he? What is he?
Oh my God.
What?
I have it.
You saw the evidence that came out immediately. DNA evidence, video evidence. His parents turned him in. Let me ask you a question. If Tyler Robinson is not...
Hold on a second. Take a look at this. September 16th. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for stepping to guest host Charlie Kirk's show on Monday. No one can fill Charlie's seat, but the show must go on. And they're already going to do the Vance Kirk ticket over here, Turning Point having confirmed, new speakers. Charlie just passed, and already at October 10th, they have the new confirmed speakers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to show you this. September 16th. This is what these two guys are saying. You know who these two are. Terrell is the one on the right. That took the SD cards down.
Yeah.
That's his brother, Brian Farnsworth. Or people say his cousin. I don't really care anymore. They're all brothers down there. Okay. I'm sorry.
Let's get back into it, babe. Good find. You got that one quick.
I did. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'll remove it and I'll put it back. I'm very sorry.
Oh, hold on.
Real killer.
Just wanted to touch Debbie just threw one last minute comment in there, and
Sure.
Eric is saying there's no man like Charlie except for Vance.
Uh-huh.
And I assume that's Eric Trump,
Mhm.
Debbie.
Mm-hmm. We can talk about Vance now. You were all with the Vance Kirk ticket,
Yeah.
and you're saying, "Oh, Erica would be such a good president." Well, he's not. He's not going for presidency now. So apparently, he doesn't want to in 2028. So who's it going to be? Is it going to be Erica Kirk? Is that what we're going to get?
Oh God. If she gets elected president,
What
I
is
could see half of North America self-deporting.
I don't know what's happening.
And I just collapsed.
Oh God.
We got him. Who is he? What is he? What? You saw the evidence that came out immediately. DNA evidence, video evidence.
What?
His parents turned him in.
What is he talking about? What is he talking about? We don't even have evidence of him holding the gun shooting. What evidence is he talking
They've
about?
got no
Well,
evidence.
you know what we
You
have?
haven't seen any, man.
Do you know what we have evidence of? No CPR in the car, and yes, CPR. Yes, you took the necklace. Yes, you took the microphone. Yes, you took the probably audio and all that. We have a lot of evidence tampered with. Okay, I'm so mad right now.
Let me ask you a question. If Tyler Robinson is not the real killer, don't you think his parents would be screaming right now? You got the wrong guy. Don't you think he would be saying, I'm innocent? Do you think a judge would keep a guy who's innocent? They don't have any evidence to hold him. They'd keep him without bail for months and months and you know when the trial's going to begin? Not till.
Is he wearing a bulletproof T-shirt? Sorry, I'm just looking
No,
at
he's
his.
not.
I'm just looking at his underpits there, to kind
he's
of
not.
squeezing in, and
He is sweating though.
I don't know. I see like a line there. Do you see a line? I see it.
It could just be an undershirt, man.
I think
don't
he's
know.
wearing something.
Till February. Because the defense keeps delaying. Because they know from the evidence that it appears that he's really guilty. There's also the discord. He confessed to it. Is all this invented?
Yes.
Can we?
Yes. The Discord chats are invented.
Yes.
You can do
the
that.
Confession's invented.
You
He
can.
didn't confess.
You can do that. You can Photoshop a Discord if chat.
Oh,
if you
that's
want.
easy.
Would-
That's easy.
Does he not know that? You can remember how they talked about the even the text between the furry and Tyler Robinson?
Yeah.
Yes, my love. But I was at the vehicle. There was vehicles there.
That's all ridiculous. I don't know what we've
We get the
seen, but
COVID
it
rod
hasn't
out of
been
our-
evidence.
Right.
Our mind for just a minute. Do you think everything is a conspiracy? Can we wait to the trial to see the evidence? Meanwhile, you know what Exodus 22 says in the Old Testament, during the Old Testament theocracy, that what would happen to you if you mistreated a widow or fatherless children?
For the love of heaven.
It's just.
Are we going with the not treating a widow right again? Are we?
Yeah.
Are we gonna? I'll tell you this much: when something happens to either spouse, the other spouse, that is the first suspicion. I don't care if it's a male, and I don't care if it's a female, because if it was Erica that passed, Charlie would be the first one under scrutiny. Okay.
Yep. 100%.
And you want to know what happens in the real world, not in this TPUSA kind of bubble, little fantasy, la la land, FBI. You want to know what happens in the real world? She would be completely in a room, interrogated. She wouldn't be able to have the necklace. They wouldn't be able to have the microphone. I mean, the access they have to everything right now, they got the president, they got they got everything. They got everything. They even got Kash Patel's, girlfriend in this too. She's a singer or something, and she worked for them. So, yeah.
Exodus 22:22 says, this is what God says, I will cut you down with the sword. In Deuteronomy 19, again, Old Testament theocracy.
Oh.
If you falsely accuse someone of a crime and you're discovered, you falsely accuse someone of murder, you're the one that's going to get executed.
Yeah, no.
We'd shut the whole internet down if we had those kind of laws. I'm not advocating those laws. I'm just saying that God is serious. You do not falsely accuse people. Why do you need 2 witnesses? So you can't falsely accuse people. You do not run down widows or the fatherless.
Okay, this is weird. We are not okay, enough with the God stuff. We're living in 2026, and we're not going to talk about what God would do in the Bible and stuff about the widow. We're talking about a crime here, an assassination. And women can do it.
Yeah.
They can. And I'm not saying allegedly this is all for entertainment purposes, okay, guys? I'm just saying everybody needs to be looked at.
Good point here by Penny Copeland in the chat. They're always complaining about the online presence tainting the jury pool. So what is this doing then?
Which comment's that?
I don't know. It's back a bit.
Name, please.
Penny Copeland. Trials in Utah. This is absolutely tainting the jury pool, and they've been complaining about that the whole time. I don't know where you are in your chat.
I see.
There.
Here.
There you go.
Okay. Trials in Utah. This is absolutely tainting the jury. Yeah.
Because that's what they've been complaining about. The stuff online, the stuff on X, the YouTubers, that's all tainting the jury pool. Now, what's this doing then?
Should this even be allowed?
Well, I'm just saying, I find it, and this is just my opinion, that's a bit hypocritical. You can't accuse some people of saying certain things and say that's tainting the jury pool, and then put this guy out taking the opposite stance and then not say that that's not doing the same thing.
Yeah. And if you guys are just joining, I'm just showing that Frank is at UVU right now live. And, you know, you might not want to watch his because you can't say anything in his comments because they're blocking it all from what I heard. So, and probably they're scanning you to get in there. They're only going to pick who they want, I think.
Oh, of course. But you can say what you want here.
Yeah.
Say what you want in our chat.
Say what you want. Say what you want to say. Say what you want to say.
As long as it's not too over the top, we won't block
gosh.
it. We like freedom of speech.
Oh, yes. Black Widow. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Widows are the widows and widows are usually the killers. Okay. Yeah. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm not saying that, but yeah.
Allegedly. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Here we go. I'm sorry. I just had to stop bringing the Bible into this and the verses. Okay?
Yeah.
This poor woman has been dragged through the mud that she didn't create.
I think Charlie's been dragged through the mud. Like, what? What? I don't even think you guys put a tourniquet on his neck. I didn't see anything when you took him out.
But people on the internet are creating. Stop watching it. Stop supporting it.
All right.
Wait for the trial.
You hear that? Did you hear what he just said? Stop watching it. Me and another YouTuber did an interview with Henry Dells. And this right here, stop watching it. So they're telling these people probably in that day of that event, after all this, it's going to go crazy. The lies and the conspiracy is going to go around. Don't watch it. He said this before because I was on a live stream with Henry and I said, haven't you seen what's going on? Haven't you seen it? And then he goes, no, you didn't see Terrell take down the cards. No, I didn't know because they were put in a room. So I'm like, okay. We're going to show you. So we pulled up the screen. Go watch my video. It's there, my interview with Henry Dells. He's like, oh, I didn't know that. I was put in a room for like 3 hours. I said, well, you said that the FBI gave the SD card. The Terrell gave the FBI the SD card. And I said, how did you know that? And we asked him and he said, well, that's what they told me. So along with this, he's telling people right now, babe, Frank is telling people not to watch the stuff online.
Well, of course.
So that's what I think was said from the beginning. Don't watch all these videos. And then Henry really didn't watch it. He said, I haven't been watching any of it.
Yeah.
So that tells me this is already programmed
into the
these
students, allegedly.
Yes, don't watch this stuff online because people are going to manipulate stuff. And to be honest, you have to watch it because the stuff that's going behind the tent is just bizarre.
There's so many unanswered questions. You got to take your information with a grain of salt and get it from where you can. Like otherwise we'd know nothing. You know what I mean? And
this is the manipulation. Don't tell people to stop watching stuff. We are working our butts off here trying to figure out what happened. A man's life is on the line here. He's going, could get the death penalty. Allegedly. I don't even know if this is is he just a card they're playing and then he's just like they pay him off?
Yeah, who knows?
To be the killer? Like I don't know. Guys, this could happen. I have no idea. All I know is he's telling people right now not to watch it. This is weird. Listen to this, babe. I know you went upstairs for a second.
You falsely accuse someone of murder? You're the one that's going to get executed. We'd shut the whole internet down if we had those kind of laws. I'm not advocating those laws. I'm just saying that God is serious. You do not falsely accuse people. Why do you need 2 witnesses? So you can't falsely accuse people. You do not run down widows or the fatherless. This poor woman has been drugged through the mud that she didn't create.
What?
But people on the internet are creating. Stop watching it. Stop supporting it. Wait for the trial.
What?
Okay.
What? Look at these people. Who's clapping? No. Wait for the trial. Trial is too late for to wait for the trial.
If we don't do nothing and wait for the trial, it's already too late. It's already too late. We got to do something now.
Who's clapping? Who's clapping? Nobody.
Yeah. Almost nobody's clapping in that room. What is there?
Probably his son.
A dozen people?
Probably this guy's been bought over here. I don't know. Okay.
For those who are just joining in, apparently Hunter Kozak and Henry Dells are both in this room.
Look at this guy here in the red hat. Wasn't he there that day? He has a plaid shirt.
You're absolutely ridiculous.
Don't watch it. Wait for the trial. I did an X space one time. It was all going very well. A woman came on. I didn't know who she was. I let her speak. She screamed her head off and said, "Why are you guys doing this? Why are you guys even investigating? This has nothing to do with anything." And I'm like, whoa. I said to her, I go, you know that, evidence has been tampered with. And she goes, no evidence has been tampered. I go, well, that's your opinion. And then she went off and she even said, what we're asking her, what do you want? I want you to wait for the trial.
No, thanks. That's too late. I think we're going to keep asking questions and keep researching. Thanks very much.
I never forgot this, that somebody came to my space and said that. And
how dare you ask questions?
How dare we?
Here, you're supposed to take this bowl of fed slop and just
we wait for the trial. The trial's over. we gotta figure out what's happening now. Right now.
Can't believe it. Retarded.
And by the way, if you do have evidence that Tyler Robinson is not the real killer, why don't you go to the prosecution here in Utah County and inform them as to what you have. You don't have to blare that all over the internet. You're not going to get a fair jury if you do that. Oh, maybe that's what they're trying to do, prevent a fair jury.
Hold on.
If you got all...
Isn't that what he's doing right now?
Oh my God, he shouldn't be talking about all this.
We talked about this. You can't complain that our investigations are tainting the jury pool and then put out videos like this pushing that narrative. You're doing the exact same thing, brother. So don't criticize us. You're doing the exact same thing.
What is happening? Hi, Louisiana. What are you thinking about this?
Hey, Louisiana.
He is literally talking about the trial right now. He's like, don't watch anything.
Yeah. Don't ask questions either. Yeah, don't ask
What?
questions. Don't do nothing. Trust us is basically what he's saying. Just trust us. We're good. Trust us. You know, brutal.
Charlie wasn't a son. There's no sons in here. There's nothing. There's no such a thing. You know, Charlie just met these people in 2020. Okay, he met Rob in 2020. He met Mikey McCoy in 2021. Mikey McCoy joined in 2021 of June 6th. I remember.
Hold on. He got an SUV because Charlie was like, son?
No, there's no like he's calling him like a son. Like, you know,
all of a sudden, like, you know what I mean? Charlie passes, and now everybody.
You're my best friend.
Yeah, now all of a sudden he's got 30 sons, he's got 40 uncles, he's got 20 dads, he's got 16 pastors. Like, maybe he just needed a couple trustworthy friends. Maybe he didn't need all of that.
Oh my God, these people are
It's
driving me
ridiculous.
crazy. Like, I can't. He shouldn't be doing this. Like, if you
I don't
came
think it's
there,
helping the case.
came there for a question and answer, we have been sitting here for about 30 minutes waiting for Henry Dells to come up and talk, and he won't stop talking and preaching to us about, you know, he put up on the monitor about, like, you know, what God is. I don't need to know that.
It was like a kid video. Like, I don't get it, man. That's brutal.
Louisiana, thank you so much for the super chat. You guys are awesome. Here's to the hard work. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Louisiana, for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much.
Go follow her.
Yep, she's a very hardworking researcher. Please go find her on X. She's a great individual.
She's amazing.
She's tough, smart. She's not giving up.
On my other stream that I did, I attached the space. They were all in there. With Phil Lyman.
Yeah, that was a good.
It was
space.
really good with
L
Lounge. Is it?
FL Lounge.
FL Lounge.
Yep.
So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Just stop. give me the bad monster voice.
Okay.
Oh.
Just stop. We will be building the most beautiful museum that you ever seen for our Charlie, my Charlie.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That was echo.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'm sorry. It's better to watch it over here. We're having fun. We're just, like, you know, chatting away. This guy is something else. Okay, here we go.
I think our chat.
Well, there's great evidence. Why don't you just bring it to the authorities? Please pray for Erica.
What?
For children. TPUSA. All right, next question. Who?
He's only on who?
My goodness, that was the why. Oh man.
We've been sitting here for the whole time waiting for the why. Now we're on the who.
Oh no, man. I don't even know if we can sit through this.
This feels like great.
He's drowning already.
This feels like you know, like grade school all over again. Okay.
Who is this God? You're saying, Frank, God exists? Okay, there's got to be a standard. We all know it's wrong to murder people. Therefore, there has to be this standard out there that we're obligated to obey. That standard is God's nature, but who is he? Let me ask you guys all a question here. What is the most important thing about you? If someone were to ask you that question, what would you say? This is the interactive portion of the program. What would you say? Yes, ma'am. What you believe about God. This woman is brilliant. Everybody else, shut up. She already has the answer. I've never had that happen on the first try. What's your name, ma'am? Caitlin, you know where this is from? This is what A.W. Tozer, a pastor a couple of generations ago, said, the most important thing about you is what you think about when you hear the word God. What do you think about when you hear the word God?
Oh my goodness.
What do you think about?
Why you didn't save him? What happened to Charlie? Why didn't you save him? What do you think about when you hear the word God?
Something that allegedly people at TPUSA don't actually believe in.
Yeah, they're using that as a mask. Maybe they put the mask on. Allegedly. Yeah, that's their 501. 5035 789.
Your 501c3.
Oh man.
Almighty,
Yeah, somebody actually said
Mercy.
it there.
holy,
Yes. I've been saying
Father, Church, what?
I've been saying this every Pastor Sunday. If you haven't been a part of my channel, thank you for stopping by. And come join me on Pastor Sunday. I'm gonna make a snippet of this whole entire thing.
In the back. Master. Perfect. What? Maximally great being. Woo! Thank you, William Lane Craig. Sitting right in front of Tim Stratton, who probably gave her that line, didn't you, Tim? Huh? Okay, you did on Sunday. Well, can we for just a second put the term God out of our minds for just a minute? Because God is not his name, right? His name is Yahweh. Well, we just did. Okay. And this guy has it on his hat, by the way, right over here. Okay. God is just a word we use to describe. Here's what I want you to think about for just a minute. I want you to think about this question.
Oh my God.
Who is the source and sustainer of all things? Who is the source and sustainer of all things? Can we all agree it's none of us? We came into existence. This universe was...
I mean, like, is this not a Q&A? I mean, we've been...
Well, that's what it was supposed to be, live Q&A, and there's been nothing.
Oh
Like,
my gosh,
he hasn't
I'm
even
so
been asked
sorry,
a
guys.
question. I thought he was supposed
It's already
to be.
here.
I'm
We
so sorry, everybody. I hope you get to somebody.
We thought
didn't
this
create
was
it. We're not sustaining it. The source and
Oh, somebody said, is he supposed to be blocking an exit?
They can, but if you want to leave, they should let you leave. They can't like force you to stay into the room.
Oh, so he's probably blocking in case somebody comes in there, like, you know, with a weapon or something, maybe.
Yeah.
And that's why he's there, because he's gonna he's not gonna save anybody, because that's what they do. They stand there and they don't save. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Allegedly, that they're just gonna stand there. Okay,
Yeah.
guys, just remember that.
Yeah, they just watch stuff.
Yep.
You know, just stare at stuff.
Yep, they're just gonna sit there.
sustainer of all things is outside of ourselves. Now, what I'm going to try and do here in the next 5 minutes
That's 3.
is to give you some of the attributes of the source and sustainer of all things. And you do not need the Bible to know this. We don't have time to unpack it all, but if you look at writers like Aristotle and Aquinas, you're going to arrive at the source and sustainer of all things who has these attributes. And we talk about this in our book, Stealing from God. This source and sustainer is self-existing. He's the uncaused source of all being. You can't go on infinite regressive causes. There has to be an uncaused first cause that is the source and sustainer of everything else that exists. Secondly, this being is infinite, unlimited. What we might say is completely actualized. That's an Aristotle word. We are a combination of what is known as actuality and potentiality. We're actual, but we also have potential to change, right? We can get better or worse. We can learn or forget, right? We can change. The being that created and sustains all things is maxed out, completely actualized. This being is also simple, undivided in being, not made of parts. If you're made of parts, it means you're composed. And if you're composed, someone must have composed you.
He is promoting his own book. He is lecturing and promoting his own book in the process. He didn't have to put his book there on the side there. Do you guys see that? Ali saw it. Stealing from God. Frank Turek. He's promoting his own book at UVU while wearing the freedom shirt and talking about the
You're
trial.
kidding me.
I'm not talking
You're
about.
kidding me.
Nope. I hope Candace sees this.
Oh my God.
Talking about the trial, talking about the day all over, re-traumatizing people, you know, instead of letting them ask the questions so they can heal from that day.
Why is there a hole in God?
I don't know. There's always a hole. There's either a hand or there's a hole in there.
Do they have problems spelling and saying the word? What the heck is going on? He's promoting. Oh,
my goodness. I don't know if you guys saw that.
what a beautiful train wreck, Frank.
Always got to promote the book, Josh Hammer.
You can't go on an infinite regress of composers. Eventually, you got to get back to an uncomposed composer. The being is also spaceless, transcends space. Timeless, transcends time, is eternal. Also immaterial, spirit, not made of matter. In fact, Jesus himself says this when he's talking to the woman at the well in front of Mount Gerizim. And he says to her, you must...
Right? Don't you think this is never ending? This is like, he's wearing the shirt, he's promoting his book, he's giving a lecture, he's telling people to stop watching the stuff online.
Can you guys please stop using his name? Please and thank you.
Yeah, stop using Charlie Kirk. He's not here anymore. Stop using his social media. Stop doing the Charlie Kirk show. He's not here anymore.
Yeah,
And
stop using his name.
We're done with that. And for him to be promoting all this stuff instead of talking to the people, I'd rather hear the people than him. I've already heard this on so many university lectures since Charlie Kirk passed.
Yeah.
I watch him. I know maybe you guys don't, but I watch a lot of his stuff. But I thought this would be an actually night of, people talking, but there's nobody there. Who is here?
I guess he wasn't a big draw. They should have said Frank Turk and Jay-Z tonight, everybody. Maybe they would have got a couple people in.
Only the people, babe. Only the people he wants are in there.
I think they're paid, allegedly.
Maybe, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Worship God in spirit and in truth. God is spirit. He's immaterial. Also, this being is all-powerful, omnipotent.
Again. He's showing
By the
it
way, if you can create the
again.
universe, you got to be pretty powerful, don't you? The being is all...
He is showing his book again. Sorry, Louisiana. I can't take much more of this. Lucas Miles was promoting his book. Lucas Miles was promoting his book.
Tour afterwards?
Is it took afterwards or
tour? He is a scenic record.
Deep in his face. Same with Josh Hammer and Erica. Think how fast Erica had to work to get Charlie's last book out before.
Valid point.
Yep.
Valid.
You know, Rob McCoy was in November, because Rob McCoy promoted the book first.
That's right.
In overseas, in the place that's happening, IHOP or whatever you want to call it.
Our friends overseas.
Yeah.
He was there promoting the book. You're right.
And then when he came back, then Erica promoted the book in December. So
wow.
That is crazy. Before AmFest, all before AmFest. Yeah.
Oh, they had to push that hard for sure.
And I never forgot about the book that came out when Charlie actually passed. There was a book that was on Amazon that was dated September 9th. I didn't forget about that either.
Yeah, that was never explained. That got swept under the rug.
Yeah.
It was posted on Amazon for sale.
I have the screenshot.
The death of CK.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened to that?
It was an error.
Error? How did you know? There's no error.
Because everything happened at Fort Huachuca on the 9th. No, I'm just allegedly. I'm just joking. I swear. I swear. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Anyhow, he's promoting his book. I'm so sorry.
Gross.
I'm so heated whenever I watch him.
That's gross.
Ugh.
Also omnipresent, everywhere present. Doesn't mean God is everything. God is not this podium, or he's not me, he's not you, he's not the computer. That's pantheism. What it means is God is present to all things. He's holding all things together. You ever ask yourself, why is the universe so orderly? Why is it so precise? Why, no matter where you go, does gravity work? Does electromagnetism work? Does the strong and weak nuclear forces work? Because this universe is put together and sustained by a mind.
Okay, you guys are making me laugh tonight. I'm having so much fun watching this. I'm glad I didn't do this by myself. I was like, babe, should I do this by myself? You guys are making me laugh. I still think Frank Turk and Hunter Kozak have the same eye shape. I wonder if they're related. Could be. Allegedly. Oh my gosh.
Also, this being is all-knowing, immutable, unchangeable, personal, has mind, emotion, and will. This being makes choices.
The book again.
Also, this being is holy, set apart, morally perfect, in terms of love and justice. In fact, every attribute of this being is perfect and infinite.
We do.
Now, let me just give you one quick argument that'll show you that these attributes you can know without the Bible. Do you know even atheists today are admitting that the universe had a beginning? That space, time, and matter had a beginning out of nothing? Stephen Hawking famously said, almost everyone now believes that the universe and time itself had a beginning at the Big Bang. Now, some of you Christians are going, Big Bang? You don't believe in the Big Bang, do you, Frank?
You let someone
Yes, I believe in the Big Bang. I just know who banged it.
What did he say?
Anyway, if space, matter, and time literally had a beginning out of nothing, what could have created that? Only something self-existing, only something spaceless, timeless, and immaterial. Why? Because if space, matter, and time had a beginning, whatever created it can't be made of space, matter, and time. In other words, the cause must be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful to create the universe out of nothing, personal in order to choose to create, because to go from a state of nothingness to a state of creation, someone had to make a choice.
The Big Bang. Well, we know he was banging him in the car, like pounding him. What kind of pounding? Wait, sorry.
Apparently, Frank said he was pounding on
So we had to
Charlie.
we had to do CPR, and then Brian Hopper's like, so we had to stop the bleeding, and there was no CPR, but Frank Turk is like, we were pounding on him. The CPR, we had to.
And then he redacted that statement at the beginning of this.
At the beginning of this whole UVU session, he said
we
had to stop the bleeding. He didn't say CPR at all.
Yeah,
but he said we had to
contradicted
stop.
himself.
He had to stop the bleeding. So which is it? He knows I'm onto him.
Choice, and only persons can make choices. Also, the being would have to be intelligent, to have a mind to make a choice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you think about a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent cause, who do you think of?
What is happening?
God. You say, how do you know it's the Christian God, Frank? We don't. Yet. This could be Allah or some other theistic or deistic God. But if you go through the evidence and you realize that Jesus really did predict and accomplish his own resurrection from the dead, then we can go back and say that the same being that walked out of the tomb 1,993 years ago.
So did you guys even notice?
Yeah.
So I'm a camera guy, so I noticed this. So in the frame that she's got up right now, there's nobody sitting on that whole side of the auditorium.
Nope.
That's why the camera zoomed in just on that one side. They couldn't fill the room. Couldn't fill the room, man.
So it's just on, or maybe they don't want anybody there. Maybe they picked and choose who can come in.
Maybe, but you'd want to at least fill the room, right?
He's scared.
Why? Look at those security guys.
He's scared. No, he's scared. I don't think he wants. Every person here was scanned and checked and patted down and everything. But yeah, there's nobody on that side. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so like 1/3 of the room is empty.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, sorry.
Is the same being in whose divine nature created the universe out of nothing. But these attributes you can establish without any reference to any religious work. This is the kind of God that exists. But how can we get our minds around this being? We don't have a number of these attributes. We're not spaceless. We're not timeless. We're not immaterial. We're not all.
Come to my Sunday space. I talk about them changing the Bible all the time. That's why they're in there. That's why these military Navy men are in there. They can go all these countries and preach their newer Bible, or we know which one they're referring to. Right, guys? I think we know.
Yeah.
All knowing? I can't get my mind around them all, but guess what? It would be strange if an infinite God wasn't strange to us, right? But the Bible gives us some insight as to how to think about this God. Isaiah, the great prophet, writing in about 750 or so BC, explains, what is God like? Here's what he says. This is Isaiah chapter 40, beginning in verse 25. He says this, to whom will you compare me, or who is my equal, says the Holy One. In other words, God says, do you want to know what I'm like? Here's the answer. Lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry host one by one and calls them each by name because of his great power and mighty strength. Not one of them is missing.
Okay.
Translation, you want to know what God is like?
Well, what should the word be? And we'll both take a drink. What do you want us to drink to? I mean, we don't have we just have water, but we can drink to something if he says a certain word.
Oh, I think Frank's drinking in the Holy Spirit. Just look at him.
But does he say something a lot? They don't say Jesus.
Yeah, that's
that I do know. They don't say Jesus.
Yeah,
It's always God.
Why don't they? Are they afraid to say Jesus
Yeah.
Christ? Are they afraid to say that?
Because the
What's wrong with
people
that?
overseas don't like it.
Well, they don't believe in it.
No. So yeah, I don't see Jesus here anywhere ever. I haven't heard him say Jesus once.
That's true. That's true.
Look to the heavens. Psalm 19 says the heavens declare the glory of God. Isaiah says, who created all these?
Drink to God.
Who created all the starry hosts? It's going to give you a sense of what God is like.
Oh, God. Oh, okay.
So what I want to show you is what the starry hosts really are comprised of, and see if this will give you a sense of what God's nature is like. We're going to go and look at data from the Hubble Space Telescope. I don't know if you can see this, but you see it along the bottom here?
No.
These are mountains. It's a mountain range in the southern
I mean,
hemisphere.
this is just another
This is the southern
session
sky.
of what is
In
God?
2003,
No, I can't.
Okay, what does the space Hubble telescope have to do with anything? Is he trying to find Charlie? What's going on, man? This is the
Starry host. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Laura B. Light, for the $5 super chat. I hope you guys are having fun. I'm having fun.
Thank you so much, Laura.
You guys are making me tear up and laugh. So I really appreciate you guys. Now I have to drink. I don't want to die from water, but
this
I'm
has
gonna
been a
keep
train
drinking.
wreck.
Every time he says, can you die from water? You can. I heard something like that.
I gotta say, all I can say is the people that are going to be covering this probably tomorrow is going to be interesting, or the next couple of days as this starts to come out and people start clipping this. It's going to be hilarious.
I'm so sorry for stopping it all this time. I'm hoping he brings people up.
They trained the Hubble Space Telescope on 1/26 millionth of the sky. What's 1/26 millionth of the sky?
I don't know.
Go outside tonight, put a piece of rice on the end of your finger, hold it up. That piece of rice represents about 1/26 millionth of the sky. So they trained Hubble on this little dot in the sky for 11 days of exposure time. What I'm going to show you is what they found. This video, this composite video, all these pictures just put together, is called Hubble Ultra Deep Field. This is in the public domain. You can Google or DuckDuckGo this.
Duck.
You can see this little composite video they put together. What did they find in 1/26 millionth of the sky?
What is he talking about?
Let's take a look. There's no audio. It's just video. You're going to see the constellations come up, and then Hubble's going to show us what's in 1/26 millionth of the sky. Here we go.
All right.
Well, thanks, Frank. Thanks.
Here we go. What is that?
We're on a
What you're
journey
looking
with
at
Frank. I don't know.
Are nearly 10,000 galaxies in 1/26 millionth of the sky. Each of these galaxies have billions of stars of their own. How many stars are there in the entire universe if you have 10,000 galaxies in 1/26 millionth of the sky? researchers at the University of Hawaii.
I think they all want to be Charlie or something. Like, I don't know what's happening. I just can't. You weren't here when he took his jacket off. Like, I thought it was all Rob McCoy all over again. Like, I mean,
Oh man.
like Korea all over again. But yeah.
Came up with an estimate. The number of stars in the entire universe are about equivalent to the number of grains of sand on all the beaches, on all the earth, times 100,000. And just in our galaxy, to go between two stars in our galaxy that are an average distance away.
Oh my God. Oh, I said God.
Oh man. Okay.
I said God.
I didn't know this was astronomy
Listen,
class. Frank's
listen.
taking us on a journey tonight. This
Is he trying to
just
hypnotize us?
ridiculous.
Is he trying to hypnotize? Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe
man.
that's the plan, because he's all with that, because he's a theologian, and he also is the Navy officer, right? The
Yeah.
Navy
yeah.
officer. He knows all, and so is like Rob McCoy. No, Rob McCoy. Didn't he take yeah?
Psych?
I don't know.
One
They
of them
all
has
have
psych.
this
One of them has psych.
way
You have
of
to check
trying to
notes.
grab you and pull you in. I'm not pulled in though. I'm not getting hypnotized. You guys are hypnotizing me from your comments. You guys are hypnotizing me.
They're the pleasure to Frank's pain.
I
That's
mean-
what the chat is right now. You're the pleasure to this pain that we are all going through together.
I just want to know, are we learning about space? Like, what is happening?
Ugh, it's brutal.
If you could get in the space shuttle
Oh,
and go at orbit speed, which was about 5 miles per second. 5 miles per second. You got trouble getting to work in the morning? Take the space shuttle. You'll be
what is
5 miles a second. If you could get in a spaceship and go at 5 miles a second from our star, the sun, to another star inside our one galaxy, how long do you think it would take you to go from our star, the sun, to another star an average distance away at 5 miles a second? Anybody? A long time. You must be a math major. It would take you 201,400.
Sorry, you guys are making my night. Okay, so his
We could put his channel in the link
I
after
will.
this.
I will put his exact link in this video in the description, but his channel is called Cross Examined.
Like, I thought this was supposed to be about helping explain things about the Charlie Kirk assassination. And we've been talking about Hubble telescope for about the last 15 minutes.
I'm
at
so
least.
sorry, guys. Like, I really am trying to find out when he's gonna bring the first speaker up.
In 50 years.
Come on,
To go
Frank.
from our star, the sun, to another star inside our galaxy an average distance away.
Can you get me?
That
some
means if
tissues?
you got in the space shuttle at the time of Christ and started traveling from our star, the sun, to another
is me?
star an average distance away, you've been going 5 miles a second for 2,000 years. You would be less than 100th of the way there right now. And we're going to explore space. No, we're not. We're not going anywhere in space. We can hardly get out of our solar system. You know, it took us 9 years to get to Pluto. In fact, think about this. If our solar system was the size of a quarter with the sun at the center, Pluto at the outer rim, you know what the next nearest star is? It's about 2 foot.
Your anus. I mean, this guy, is he giving us a lecture of space? I mean, he was about to bring up a speaker, and I called it out to be Henry Dell's, and then all of a sudden, he started talking, and he wouldn't stop, and he's still talking about space and God and his book and the trial and the widow and how the widow can't be in the Bible. You can't hurt the widow. You can't hurt her. Can't touch her. Can't touch her. I mean, like, then I guess we all can do it. We can all go out, you know, all us wives, and we can just all, you know, just can't hurt us. What is he talking about? Can we get off the space? Right now, he said something funny, babe. I just said, you know what this said, Pluto? I said, your anus.
Oh my
the
God.
space shuttle at the time of Christ and started traveling from our star, the sun, to another star an average distance away, you've been going 5 miles a second for 2,000 years, you would be less than 1/100th of the way there right now. And we're going to explore space. No, we're not. We're not going anywhere in space. We can hardly get out of our solar system. You know, it took us 9 years to get to Pluto. In fact, think about this. If our solar system was the size of a quarter with the sun at the center, Pluto at the outer rim, you know what the next nearest star is? It's about 2 football fields away.
Should I just fast forward?
And that's
No,
just
I can't.
between 2 stars in our galaxy. If you could go light speed, 186,000 miles per second, it would take you almost 4 years to get to the next nearest star. And there are stars equivalent to sand grains on 100,000 Earths in the universe. And this is supposed to tell us something about the nature of God?
Uh-oh, we got a drink. Every time he says God, we have to drink. We're just drinking water, by the way. But every time he says that, we have to drink. So he said God a lot of times. And yeah, he has not said Jesus once.
Yeah. When are we going to talk about Charlie?
Understand what infinite means? This is an infinite, but it's trying to give us a sense of what infinite is. Here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. If this describes the nature of God, as Isaiah says, that means God is infinite in all of his attributes, including his justice. What does that say about us? We're in big trouble. Has anyone in here been infinitely just? None of us have. This is the God we're dealing with here. You think you can do enough good works?
I mean,
Has everyone in here been perfect your entire life? None of us have. So then what's God's solution to this then? After we get an idea of who this God really is? Well, thankfully, if God is infinite in his
oh my
justice,
God,
he's
we're
also
only on
infinite in his
what?
love.
We're
Oh,
only on
man.
what, guys?
We are going to get through
In
this
fact,
together,
notice
guys.
what
We are going to get through this together. I promise you. I have no idea what this was
This
that
is a
we've
lesson.
watched,
This is a lesson.
but I feel like I am being lectured by the creepiest uncle I could ever have. I don't know what this is, but it definitely wasn't a live question and answer session.
I
With
forgot
Rick.
about
So
this
far,
piece.
so
We
far.
started with the why and we went to who, but now we're on the what. I forgot.
Man, I only got to say, what the
psalmist says in
have
Psalm
we been
103.
watching?
Says, for as high as the heavens are above the earth, so great is his love for those who fear him. As far as the east is from the west, so far has he removed our transgressions from us. God loves us as high as the heavens are above the earth. How high are the heavens above the earth? A lot.
A lot.
You must be philosophically trained by Mr. Stratton over here. Do you know if there is no God, there is no justice?
Yeah.
Everything's just a matter of opinion. Nobody will ever be held accountable if they're not held accountable in this life. You know what that means? If there is no God, it doesn't ultimately matter whether you live as a missionary or a murderer, because we're all going to wind up in the same place.
Hold on.
In the dirt.
What?
We're going to wind up.
Hold on. Play that again. Did he just say it doesn't matter if you're a missionary or a murderer, you end up in the same place?
Yeah, he did.
Play that again.
He did.
I'm losing my mind. Did he just say that?
Oh my God. I hope I didn't go back too far.
Infinite in his justice, he's also infinite in his love. So when Tyler Robinson goes to trial,
Did I rewind? Did I not?
You might have did it too
And
much.
if the evidence does show he's
Wait,
guilty,
it's
as
here.
most sane people who look at the evidence will say he is,
I can't believe
do you
if
think
he
he's going
said
to be
that.
able to
That's really
say,
weird.
Isn't it right here?
sure, I killed
I don't know,
Charlie,
babe. Just
but
pick.
look at all the people I didn't kill?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it here?
I don't know.
A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah, it's coming now.
Sorry, we're just
You must be
jumping
philosophically
back.
trained by
I'll fast forward.
Mr. Stratton over here. Do you know if there is no God, there is no justice? Everything's just a matter of opinion.
He says it now.
Nobody will ever be held accountable if they're not held accountable in this life. You know what that means? If there is no God, it doesn't ultimately matter whether you live as a missionary or a murderer.
Okay.
We're
What?
all going to wind
Missionary
up
or
in the same
murderer?
place.
If there's no God.
If there's
in
no
the
God.
dirt. We're going to wind up nowhere. Do you really think that's the way the universe is? Yeah, God's infinite in his justice. He's also infinite in his love. So when Tyler Robinson goes to trial, and if the evidence does show he's guilty, as most sane people who look at the evidence will say he is, do you think he's going to be able to say, sure, I killed Charlie, but look at all the people I didn't kill. And look at all the good things I've done. I've helped at the soup kitchen. I've given to the poor. I helped my friend with his homework selflessly. Do you think that's going to erase the fact that he committed murder? Where do we get this idea that good deeds can outweigh bad deeds and exonerate you? Where does this come from? It doesn't even work in our own judicial system. You think the judge is going to go, oh, you've done all these good deeds, so you're off the hook?
Oh.
Do you know why we think this? Because in America, we have a relative moral standard. For those of you that don't know, Mother Teresa was widely regarded as what we call a very good person.
What?
Catholic nun who served the poor in Calcutta most of her life. And as we know, the immoral tyrant Hitler would be somebody we would say is very bad. Then next to Hitler, we got criminals. And next to criminals, we have all the immoral people, you and I all know because our picture's right here.
Sit up one.
And then what we do is we arbitrarily draw a line in the sand. If we believe in heaven and hell, we say, these are the bad people, they're going to hell, and we're the good people, we're going to heaven. That's what we think. But the moral universe does not work this way. There's not a relative standard.
Wasn't all the stuff with the Hitler stuff, and we were reading about that, how the stuff about Hitler, you remember that?
Yeah.
Why is he referencing these things?
I don't know.
This is weird.
I don't know what point he's trying to make. Maybe he will enlighten us.
Okay. Let me hear
between us. That wouldn't even make any sense unless you had an objective standard to measure. The moral line does not run up and down between us. The moral line actually runs across the top, and all of us have fallen short of that standard. From Hitler to Mother Teresa and everyone in between. And what Jesus has come and done is he's lived a perfect life in our place.
He said Jesus.
Okay, mark this. Hold on.
The first.
He finally said Jesus. He finally said Jesus.
Hallelujah. Sorry.
There we go, everybody.
We've been waiting all this time, guys.
He said the name, and he didn't spontaneously burst into fire.
You want to know why?
He's still alive.
It's because he saw Mother Teresa.
You think Mother Teresa guilted him into using the word?
He did. She did. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but
good job.
Something came in him and said it.
Good job, Frank. You said the J word.
Yeah, finally. Jeez.
And he's taken the punishment that you and I deserve on himself. And then he imputes the righteousness that he achieved by living a perfect life, and he gives it to you for free.
Oh, we got to drink to Jesus?
That's an easy
You
one.
can't be good enough for an infinitely just God. This is why Jesus himself said,
Jesus.
the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many. You say ransom? What does that mean? Do you know that if God is infinitely just, and he is,
God.
as high as the heavens are above the earth, he can't allow unjust people like me and you to go unpunished. If he does, then
2
he's not
shots for
infinitely just.
Jesus.
But he's also infinitely loving, and he doesn't want to punish us. So what does he do?
Okay.
He has to punish an
Yes.
innocent substitute in our place. Where's he going to find an
There's
innocent
some-
substitute in any one of us? He can't. We're all fallen. So what does he do? He becomes the innocent substitute. He adds humanity to his deity. He comes to earth. He allows the creatures that tortured and killed him to do that so he could take their punishment upon himself, your punishment upon himself. And then when you trust in him, you're not only forgiven, you're given his righteousness. Christianity is about substitution. Jesus takes your place.
Oh. 2 drinks. I don't know what's going to happen because I'm drinking water. I'm going to hurt myself.
I can't do it. None of us can. And then he proved this by rising from the dead. You say, Frank, I don't believe this really happened. We have a whole book on it, but let me just give you one little insight on this. Some of you may know my friend J. Warner Wallace, cold case homicide detective. By the way, I had him on the program about 2 weeks after Charlie was murdered to talk about how do murder trials go, because he's done a lot of them. In fact, he's been on Dateline more than any other homicide detective because he solves murders decades old. And
This guy, oh my God. Yeah, you had him on your show, all right.
Whoa. I was just looking at the chat, and then I just looked up and seen that looking at me.
So, like, yeah, he's all for Tyler Robinson. Yeah, of course you're going to have him on there, okay? Why don't you get, like, somebody else on there? Get Joe Kent on there. Get Joe Kent on your show.
They don't want any of that.
Get somebody else on there, okay?
Oh my God. Hold on. Before we go, a comment. Emily Johnston. He's got Cash Patel eyes.
You guys are the best chat tonight. Like,
We
I
could
am
not have
dying.
gotten through
I am
this without you
dying.
guys.
I am dying.
We could not have gotten through this without you guys. Oh my God.
This
is
what
a train wreck.
So much more fun to watch with you guys here.
What a train wreck.
Yeah, and yeah,
Oh man.
this guy is something else.
Jim says the prosecution's job is not to quell internet conspiracy theories. The prosecution's job is to find the real killer and convict him. And if they start telling you everything they're doing, they're going to jeopardize their ability to do so. They hold their cards very close to the vest. Number one, they don't want to taint the jury pool. Number two, they don't want to tip off the defense. Number three, they don't want to weaken their case by telling people they have something, because that could jeopardize the evidence they have. Let me give you one example of this.
Is he allowed to be talking about this?
See, this is what
Like,
we've been
he's
saying
in
the whole
Utah.
time.
He's in Utah talking about this. Like, I don't know. He's telling everybody else online we're not allowed to talk about it, and he's there talking about it.
That's exactly what we've been saying
I'm not
the whole
talking.
time.
I'm not talking about jury pools.
Because they're saying that we're tainting the jury pool, but then he can come out and do 3-hour thing about space and mice and men or whatever the heck he's been going on about. Like,
This is weird.
I don't know.
Can somebody talk already?
You guys remember the O.J. Simpson trial? Some of you are old enough
Oh.
for that.
Now we're on the
You
OJ.
remember that the prosecution, I can't remember the person's name, but the prosecution said, we have witness X. Well, the press went after witness X, and witness X decided to sell her story to the National Enquirer, one of these tabloids. What then happened to witness X? Inadmissible at trial. Inadmissible. Sorry, can't use that witness anymore. She's tainted. Do you see why?
Did you see what Nurse CJ said? We wouldn't be talking about this if it would have been investigated properly, right?
Yep. Maybe he could have allegedly, maybe just let Joe Kent do his job. Like,
Yeah,
do I got to
yeah.
throw that out there? Maybe
Yeah.
let the guy do his
Yeah,
job.
let him do it. Let him do it.
Maybe we would have got some answers. Maybe we wouldn't even be talking about this right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just let them do their thing. And this is completely true, Nurse CJ. We wouldn't be talking about this.
Yeah.
Like,
100%
and everything
CJ.
that went behind the 10 and all the stuff. It all started with, that.
Yep.
That. And then Rob McCoy, and now him, and then the discrepancies of what they're saying.
It's just been
Brian
one thing.
Harple. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's just been one thing on top of the next, on top of the next. And, now he's contradicting his own self.
Yeah.
Like,
we just need Dan Flood to talk. That would just be like,
yeah.
That'd be like,
that'll be great.
beautiful.
They can't just come out and say, here's what we're doing and here's what we have. They did so in the beginning just to set a baseline, but there would be no way Tyler Robinson would still be in jail right now if the evidence that they had against him wasn't very strong. It is very strong. Anyway, here's what Jim says. He says,
how would he know it's strong? And why is he telling the audience that? He's literally saying the case is strong.
Isn't that tainting a jury pool?
Isn't that taint? Yeah.
Sorry, you're not allowed to say that. You're tainting a jury pool.
Case is strong. We already know. Like, what is this? What is this?
Hey, here we go. Here's a great comment.
What?
Hayden Harris. He's a witness giving a lecture on a crime he's a witness of. Isn't that tainting the jury pool? You're not allowed to say that out loud like this, because he should be called, right, as a witness. And now he's spewing this out. Isn't that not tainting everybody?
So tell me,
He
because
can
I'm literally
talk,
not a
but we
lawyer or a
can't.
judge. So what do you think? Hayden Harris, like, can
It's
you
a good comment,
take a
man.
picture of that? I'm gonna remember that, because
You want to look that up?
You are completely right. Somebody look that up. Maybe I think maybe pattern recognition could look it up for me. Somebody look that up for me, because this is pretty bizarre. This is bizarre. He's a witness. That's right. Like, and he's in Utah. And I thought he was just, answering questions. He's re-traumatizing everybody. When he first spoke, he talked about everything. Then he talked about the widow. What? Yes. If someone said yes, he is a witness. He shouldn't be talking, but they rolled Hunter Kozak and a couple people out a few times. True. But he's in an auditorium. It's like Hunter Kozak's not in an auditorium talking about the trial. And the jury and the tainting the jury pool and stuff like that.
Did you bring that up? What about that?
Yeah.
Does that exist anymore?
There's no gag order.
I guess it doesn't apply to Frank, right?
Frank got gagged, but or whatever.
Did you just say that?
No, I didn't.
Allegedly.
Sorry.
Allegedly.
I'm just having fun here, because I cannot handle him anymore.
Wow, man.
What is happening here?
Wow.
He's a witness. You're right. First of all, I'm just saying, like, why is he there? I thought he was supposed to be just talking to the students. He could talk about
premise.
God and stuff and ask questions, I haven't heard anybody talk. Yes, allegedly. Everything's allegedly here. We're just having some fun tonight. Frank,
Wow.
Frank, I love you. You're the funny one.
Yeah.
You're the funny one. Like Larry Curly Moe. You're the funny one. He's the funny one. Anyways, I don't know why I said that. This is to disqualify him.
Oh, damn. That's
Penny.
a good one.
Penny.
That's a bombshell, Penny. That is a very good point.
And Utah's different, right? The Utah,
Wow. I never even thought of that.
Is this obstruction of justice? Is it? Like, what is he doing right now?
Yeah, like I'm actually starting to wonder now. I'm actually going to start researching. Maybe this was all allegedly a plot to get him out from even being testifying as a witness.
Like, I'm really glad we're going through this all together. Like, write notes, guys. Let's write our notes. Because like this is, Yeah, Frank makes me want to gag too.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm stopping this, but it's good to write this down and have it in our memory.
Whenever I find a body that I know has been murdered,
What?
I don't have to track down 1,000 possible motivations for that guy being murdered. I know that guy was murdered for one or more of these 3 reasons. There was either a sex issue, a money issue, or a power issue. Sex, money, or power. Those are the 3 things that can drive people to murder. In fact, those are the same 3 things that drive any of us to sin. Why? Because sex, money, and power are good things. In fact, they're so good, we'll often take shortcuts to get them, and that's what sin is. So Jim says, look, if you're going to say that what you read in the New Testament is invented about the resurrection, then you've got to find one or more of those 3 motivators, because nobody's going to make this up and get themselves beaten, tortured, and killed unless they're getting one or more of these 3 motivators. So let's just pause for a second and ask ourselves a few questions. Ladies and gentlemen, did the Jewish New Testament writers, remember they're Jews, they start as Jews, did they suddenly get real popular with the ladies for saying Jesus has resurrected from the dead? No, they didn't get sex. Did they get money? No, they weren't 21st century prosperity gospel preachers. Did they get power? No, they got the opposite of power. They got persecution. Paul, before he became a Christian, he had power persecuting the new believers. As soon as he becomes a believer, he's the one persecuted. They didn't get sex. They didn't get money. They didn't get power. They're not making this up. Also, these are Jews. They didn't believe someone could claim to be God. That was blasphemy. And they didn't think one guy would rise from the dead in the middle of time. They knew we'd all rise from the dead at the end of time because Isaiah and Daniel talk about that. But they didn't think one guy would come around and say, I'm God and I'm rising from the dead. And then here these Jewish writers are reporting some guy claimed to be God and rose from the dead, and we're going to die for it. Oh, yeah.
I talked about all that on my Pastor Sunday. They're just trying to push this, that's what they're doing. They have to. They've been paid to do this, allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I think he's been paid, like Rob McCoy and Jack Hibbs. They all have to talk about it. They have to bring up Genesis 12:1-2. They have to bring up that. That's their favorite one.
It's like they've all like in a group chat and they make sure they say that one passage the whole time. But like we already debunked that passage.
Yep.
The way they manipulate it.
Yeah.
We debunked that already. Nice try, guys.
Yep.
Well, doesn't this prove Islam? Because Islam has martyrs too. No. It's not even close. Why? There's a lot of differences between the Muslim martyrs of today and the New Testament martyrs of New Testament times. First of all, the Muslim martyrs haven't witnessed anything that tells them that Islam is true. They just have faith. The New Testament martyrs, on the other hand, witnessed the resurrected Jesus. They saw Jesus. They touched Jesus. They ate with
Trying to change the Bible. Sorry.
With Jesus. They verified with their own senses that Jesus had risen from the dead. Some people will die for a lie they think is the truth. Nobody will die for a lie they know is a lie. And the New Testament writers were in a position to know whether it was a lie or not, and they went to their deaths anyway.
What?
You can't get better evidence than that unless you were there yourself. Now, what I'm about to say, for those of you in here who, like me, believe the Bible is the inerrant word of God, for a minute, it's going to sound like heresy. But it's not. Stick with me. Christianity is not true because a series of documents we put under one binding we call the Bible says it's true. In fact, Christianity would be true if the Bible never existed. You go, how can that be? Ladies and gentlemen, do you realize there were thousands of Christians before a line of the New Testament was ever written? Why? Because they didn't read about it in a book. Ladies and gentlemen, Christianity did not begin with a book. Christianity began with an event. The death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. If that event had not occurred, you would not have Jews writing in the first century claiming a man claimed to be God and rose from the dead, and then having them go die for it.
Okay,
it wouldn't happen.
I actually knew this. Okay, I did a whole thing on this. I did like a video on him, even talking about this when he was in Egypt. Like, what do you want to say, baby? I'm sorry.
I don't know. I blanked while I was going to let you talk. I totally blanked. I was just going to let you talk and then
Because
move
he was
on.
saying he said Jesus was killed, and then but the Jews are the ones.
Yeah.
You want me to rewind it?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
I just
I'll just
blanked.
rewind it.
I was just going to drop what I was going to say and just let you speak and then get back into it. So I just
Okay, let
put
me
what I was going to
see
say
what
out
he
of my
said.
head.
This another way. Let me ask you a question. What came first, the resurrection or the reports of the resurrection? The resurrection came first. In other words, the Bible writers are just recording what they saw. They didn't invent the resurrection. Why? To get themselves beaten, tortured, and killed? Does that make sense to you? We could put it this way. The New Testament writers did not create the resurrection. The resurrection created the New Testament writers. You wouldn't have these documents written by Jews in the first century claiming a man claimed to be God and rose from the dead, unless a man really did claim to be God and really did rise from the dead.
Okay.
You know what this means?
That was, is there any way you can go back and bring up that screenshot he just put up? No, it wasn't that far. It was like a second. There, that.
Yep, there you go.
Right. So New Testament writers did not create the resurrection. The resurrection created New Testament writers. Okay, I guess I don't actually have a problem with that. I just thought I read it differently. I thought he was saying the New Testament writers were before the resurrection, and anyways, that's
well, he
actually
said
on
the
point.
writers were Jews. He did say that. He did say that.
Oh, so I guess the victors do really write the history
Yeah.
books then.
He did say that. You guys heard that, right? I can rewind it, but I really want to move on.
No, I don't want to go back anymore.
You wouldn't have
Right.
these documents written by Jews in the first century claiming a man claimed to be God and rose from the dead, unless a man really did claim to be God and really did rise from the dead.
Hold on.
You know what this means?
Oh my God, are we going to stop again? Okay, somebody's saying something here in the chat. The first testimony was before Jesus, and that's how they should have known the prophecy was being fulfilled. Yep.
Yeah, the Old Testament.
Well, where they're changing, they don't believe in the Old Testament though.
And it's weird because
Yes.
he just said something about if it didn't happen, then the Jews wouldn't have had anything to write about. But what they wrote was actually nothing nice.
What's on the
So-
cross? What's on the cross above Jesus' head? Does anybody know what's written there? King of what? He was, put up there to die on the cross. What did it say on the? Does anybody know? It's written in it's IN, is it INIR or whatever? King of the. It's kind of like mocking. Yes, thank you. I didn't want to say it because I don't want to get like, I don't want YouTube to come after me. Yes, that's it. That's it.
The weird thing is why did they treat him so bad if he was their king? Like, you literally had
'Cause
him
they went
murdered.
like this.
You literally went
Down
to
there.
the guards and said, kill him.
They went down to the they went down to the guards. Oh, they did.
They did.
Pontius Pilate.
Exactly.
Yeah, they
So
went,
it's like, you're our king, but go kill our king over there.
they
Go
got
kill our
everybody to
king.
believe that.
He
And
said he's our king, but we don't believe him. Can you go kill him in that nice
Yes.
shiny uniform? You're a Roman,
Yes.
right? Okay. Can you take out the king?
and they never talk about this. Like Frank never talks about this. Rob never talks about this. And they have Sunday mass all the time. But when I went to church, we talked about this all the time.
Doesn't seem like
How
they
he
were.
how he died on the cross.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were really happy he was around, to be honest. So
I mean, like this is weird. This is like a Sunday. What is this?
Sunday
Ah.
psyops
That you
with
ought to
Frank
stop
Turek.
Should I
saying to
fast
achieve your
forward?
identity. Because
Um,
Christianity
you wanna
will
what?
achieve
Pause
your
it for a sec.
identity.
No, I'm
You
not pausing
receive
it
your
anymore.
identity.
You want
It's
to ask
given
the
to you
chat?
for free.
Okay. Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I'm
Okay, pause
saying.
for that. Yeah.
Yes. Hey guys, so we thought this was going to be a question and answer thing with Frank when we started rolling this, right? It's like 2.5 hours into
Yeah,
this
I'm so sorry.
rambling. Do you guys mind if we actually fast forward the rest of this and see if there's actually any questions or any debate
But
at
if you
all?
just send,
Yeah. Let me know what you guys want to do. Yes.
Because
please.
like this is just him rambling on and creating a train wreck.
I mean, I want to just play it too. I just want to like, no, don't. Okay.
I don't.
You do?
Yeah,
Okay.
everybody's saying yes, man.
Okay, give me a thumbs up if you want me to
Yeah,
fast forward.
Everybody's saying yes because we actually thought this is
Move
gonna
on.
Be, yes.
My brain.
Yes.
Okay, guys. Let me go.
Because we've
just once
seen
a
him
day.
talked about rocket ships and space shuttles and space.
You cut somebody off once a day. You have an evil thought
I'm
once
just
a day.
looking to
Just
see
once a
your
day. You know what
whereabouts.
rap sheet you'll have after 70 years? It's over 25,000 crimes long. You think you're going to stand before the infinite
Okay, somebody starts
just
talking soon.
being
So I'll go right about.
whose
I'll move on
justice is higher
to-
than the heavens
We're
are
gonna
above the
talk about
earth, and you're going to
Charlie
say, yeah,
in a
God,
minute.
I'm a
Hold on.
pretty good
Nobody
person.
can hear you.
Or were you when Trump
Well,
was
that's
shot?
playing, babe.
Right
You
here.
when Charlie Kirk was shot.
Here we go. Here we go. He's gonna start talking about Charlie Kirk now.
Not only will you never be able to not remember it, you can't forget it. People say, are you having nightmares? I say, no. The nightmare is when I wake up. My last thought before I go to bed is Charlie. The first thought I have when I wake up is Charlie.
Let's just see if there's any.
Now, what do you think would have happened if on September 13th, Charlie walked out of the grave and walked on this campus and said, I am the resurrection and the life. And then he did miracles for 40 days. Would any of you be able to contain yourselves? That's an impact event. Do you think the people that witnessed the resurrection would have forgotten it? Do you think side of the other side? Here's what Charlie said.
What would you actually want to tell me if I have 30 seconds left to live? Well, you got 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, you're about to meet eternal judgment. And there's only one way that you can get bailed out of that. And it's not all the good things you did or the moral scorecard. It's whether or not you have Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And that's the only thing that's going to matter. And so you got 10 seconds left. You're dying from a gunshot wound. And you ask the question, who is Jesus Christ? And the answer to that singular question, who is Jesus Christ, is the most important question for everyone in the audience. Not how much money you have, not how much good stuff you do. It is, who is Jesus Christ? You might say, oh, Jesus was, a teller of good tales, or Jesus was a good person, or Jesus was a historical figure. None of that's going to cut it. It's whether or not you repent and you ask Christ to come in as your Lord and Savior. That's the only thing that will save you from eternal damnation.
Charlie did more in 31 years for the Lord than any 10,000 people I know. And although this was a tragedy, do you know what an equally great tragedy is? Living 80 years and doing nothing for the Lord. You're here to know God through Jesus and to make him known. And right now, Charlie is absent from the body, but present with the Lord. Do you know what he would want me to tell you right now? Because this is what he would tell people when he was here. Just what he did. You're not going to work your way to heaven. God.
Okay, I'm going to keep going.
I pray you'd bless everybody here and everybody watching out there. USA. Here's Caleb right over here, the president of TP USA. Raise your hand, Caleb. And tell them what Ratio Christi's about and what you do and where they can meet.
Well, that was just great, Frank. Let's give it up to Frank because that was just amazing. And we appreciate him so much. That was beautifully communicated, beautifully said. And honestly, if there's anyone here that's like wrestling with what Frank said, maybe you came here and you agree with everything he said. Maybe you came here and you're like, that's kind of what I think, but there's a lot of things I don't understand about that. That's what we're here for. We're Ratio Christi. We're here to wrestle with these truth claims. We're an evangelical Christian club on campus. We're convinced that biblical Christianity is actually objectively true. It's the reality we all share, but we don't want to come to that conclusion just because my parents taught it to me, or just because even a book says so. We want to look at all the evidence and come to these conclusions. And we're convinced that the evidence screams, like Frank said, that Jesus rose from the dead, that the Bible is completely reliable. And so that's what we want to be here for. We have people part of our club who are atheists, Latter-day Saints, evangelical Christians. We're a safe place to explore these things, and we want to take these things seriously. So if you're interested in being a part of our club, scan that QR code. It'll join our group me, and we'll have more information. We meet Wednesdays.
Scan it, guys. Scan the QR code.
We do a free meal from 6 to 7. From 7 to 8:30, we do a lesson and discussion time. But often we tell people, what's our goal? We want to be on the team of truth, right? What do I mean by that? So like I said, we have Latter-day Saints who are part of our club. I'm not a Latter-day Saint, but if we're on team truth, that means I want to go where the truth leads. If you want to go where the truth leads, we can be on the same team, even though we have different conclusions. Right? So if the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is true and Joseph Smith's a prophet, I should become a Latter-day Saint today. I want to have that heart to do that. But if it's not, would you have the heart to leave it? And that's a hard thing to do. Can we both be like, let's go where the truth leads, no matter where that is? And so that's what we want to do. We have a couple classes coming up. Aaron's going to teach on the inerrancy of the Bible.
I am waiting for them to start asking questions. I apologize, guys. I am wondering when. Now we're scanning QR codes to get geofence. I don't know what's happening.
And then April 8th, we're going to do the evidence for the resurrection of...
We were lied to. We came, oh my God. You ever go to like a seminar and you won something and then you get there and you have to listen to a 4-hour thing? That's what this is.
Yeah. So I think I'm pretty sure at this point, this is supposed to be question and answer. And all it is allegedly, in just my opinion, there's been propaganda pushing, distraction, and nothing important whatsoever.
Yeah.
And during the process, he kind of hung himself a bit. So, like, unless there's actually some questions going on,
As he said, I'll be kind of sharing a quick story. So I grew up going to a Catholic church.
Do you want to listen to Caleb?
Left that. I became a very arrogant atheist.
You want to listen to this or I move forward, guys? This is Caleb. I don't know. I guess he's from the school. You want me to move forward? The Q&A? I can just move forward to the Q&A because this guy looks kind of boring. Okay, I think we're getting
No, that is not Justin Strife pattern recognition.
No, I think his name is Caleb.
Yeah, it's Caleb.
Hold on.
Oh, got some grandsons as well.
Oh, look at his book. Scan the book.
Everybody's saying go forward, babe.
Don't forget to scan his book.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think we're coming now. Finally. Oh. Okay, here we go.
Question. We're going to move right on to the second question.
Second.
You got to come up to the mic. I'm our code because it's going to give you 12 different PowerPoint presentations in a PDF format, including the entire I don't have enough faith to be an atheist presentation, which is 362 slides long. If you're over 16, you don't know what a QR code is, text the word evidence to 855-909-0582. And those.
Are you sure about that? I will stream that. That'd be fun if she's coming near you.
Watching out there in internet land can do the same thing. Text the word evidence to 855-909-0582. If you're over 75 and you don't know how to text, ask your granddaughter.
Stop.
I'm just fast forward, babe. Just skip it all.
By the way, so we have I don't have enough faith to be an atheist and stealing from God. Most of the stuff we talked about today.
Yeah, just drag it.
I don't know. Is this on?
All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's your name?
My name is Jeb Jacoby.
Jeb, go ahead, sir.
Okay. So one of the things that I've been hearing about online is that.
Okay, wait a minute. Isn't he TPUSA? Wait.
Charlie Kirk was considering converting to Catholicism.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually a Catholic myself.
Okay.
So I was wondering how true is this rumor and how close was he to going down this path?
Let me think about it. False. Charlie Kirk loved Catholics like I do. I came out of the Catholic Church. But Charlie was an evangelical Christian like I am. And I don't know if you saw his little debate he had with Michael Knowles, maybe 6-8 months before he was murdered. Michael Knowles is a Catholic, and they went back and forth on those issues. Okay, but look, I'm a Protestant.
Wait. That isn't that the guy goes, I saw Charlie Kirk Like, isn't that the one?
I have no idea who you're talking about, babe.
The guy that just asked that question.
Yeah.
Isn't that another witness?
I have
I
no
came
idea.
out of the Catholic Church, and sometimes
You know better
people-
than I do.
Most of
Just
the time I
some
do speak
random
to
dude to
Protestants,
me.
they'll say, do you think Catholics can be saved? And I say,
Everybody
I even
remembers
think some
him.
Baptists can be saved. Okay? Because it's not where you go to church, it's whether or not you've accepted the free gift of eternal salvation that we talked about earlier. Have you done that?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful.
Thank you.
You're a brother then.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
All pre-planned questions. I'm getting pissed off.
Exactly what I expected.
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Jaden.
Jaden, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I want to push against the idea that humans have free will. I think if there is
Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you freely saying that?
I don't think so, no.
Well, then we have nothing to debate because I'm just debating a robot.
Well, I'll push past that for a second.
Okay.
I think if there's
Who will push past it? The laws of physics or you?
well, I think there's a bit to get into here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I won't interrupt anymore. Go ahead.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So I think if there's particularly if there's an omniscient God, I think it's impossible for humans to have free will. I think because if there is omniscient God, God has perfect knowledge of all choices that all humans will make. And I think a good definition of free will is a choice is made freely if and only if it is possible for that person to have chosen differently. And so take any choice, for instance, let's say God knows you will choose to read the scriptures on your 40th birthday. And then on your 40th birthday, you don't read the scriptures. You choose not to read the scriptures. There's a contradiction here where God knows that you would read your scriptures, but you didn't read your scriptures. And so God is then fallible. And so I think with that in mind, if God has a perfect knowledge of all of our choices, it would be impossible for us to make a choice outside of what he knows we will do. And therefore, it is impossible for us to choose differently than we do choose.
Let me ask you a question. Just because a mother knows that her baby is going to wake up in the middle of the night and want to eat, does that mean she's causing the baby to wake up?
No, but I don't think
Stop. That's the answer. Just because God knows what we're going to do doesn't mean he's causing us to do it.
I don't think the problem is causal. I think it's, going back to the definition, it's a matter of like epistemology. It's a matter of, it doesn't even it could be you cause, it could be you make the choice.
Then you have free will.
If it's impossible for you to choose otherwise, which if you agree.
No, if you had chosen otherwise, God would have known that. He would have known you would have chosen the other option.
But then if he knows in advance, he
knows what you're freely going to do. He's not causing you to freely do it.
Yeah, I don't think God has to cause us to do these things in order for free will to not be compatible with omniscience. It's just a matter of if we accept that definition, and we do accept, the premises and logic I've laid out here, that if God knows you will do something, it's impossible to do other than the thing that he knows you will do.
But the reason he knows you're going to do it is because you freely chose to do it. If you had chosen the opposite, he would have known that. So you have the free will to do whatever you want to do, but God knows what choice you're going to make. That's you still have free will.
Yeah, I'm not sure that pans out, because when you're a child, think of a newborn baby, and God knows what that person is going to do on their 40th birthday. And so God can look at that baby and point out all of the decisions that baby is going to make. And then we look at that baby and we say, you have complete control over your life. But that doesn't work out with the idea of that baby, it doesn't work with that definition of free will. A choice is free if and only if it is possible to choose otherwise.
It is possible to do otherwise. See, God's outside of time. So he knows the end from the beginning. Maybe another illustration will help. Not a perfect one, but let's suppose you love football. You're away one Sunday and you have NFL tickets, so you tape all the games, or you TiVo all the games, whatever. And then on your way home, you were going to elect to watch one of the games, but your friend texts you the final score. And you go, I didn't want to know the final score. I wanted to watch it as if it were live. So now you turn the game on anyway and you start watching it. You already know the outcome. Does that mean the players on the field don't have free will?
Well, no, but I think
they still have free will. I got to move on. All right.
No,
thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. God bless you. Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
Danny.
Say again?
Danny.
Danny, go ahead, Danny.
So I came to Christ through asking questions, through apologetics.
Yes.
And so I guess my main question is, we have the free will to look into anything, but God encourages us to ask questions.
Yes.
I came to Christ through asking questions, and one of Jesus's biggest things that he led people to God through was asking questions.
Yes.
So how are we supposed to ask questions and seek justice, but keep Christ as the center?
In what sense do you mean? Ask
Like-
questions. Are you talking about
like in-
conspiracy theories?
No.
No, what do you mean?
More like in any religion. Like if I'm researching.
Is everything about freedom?
It's very weird
It's
that
very
they're
weird.
talking about that when this is probably the time in our life, maybe besides World War II, we felt like we had the least amount. I
Yeah.
find this very weird that they're making this the talking point.
Yeah.
I just find it very, very bizarre. It's like they want to reassure that all the choices and things we want are actually happening when we know that's not what's happening. We have voted and pursued many things that are not happening. And I just find it weird that they're trying to almost push the
Freedom.
narrative like it's our doing because we are free. So we must have wanted all this. Like, I
Yeah.
feel like there's some weird subliminal going on here.
Yeah.
This is just my opinion. I'm just basing it on what I hear, and it's
Good
not
call.
a fact.
Good call,
But
babe.
this is weird, man.
It is.
The LDS religion from a
Uh-huh.
Christian standpoint, how am I supposed to do that without being rude, but coming from a Christian standpoint and keeping Jesus as the center?
Well, you can always be kind, but Paul says test all things. And so you should test all things. But once you've established that Christianity is indeed true, that you have sufficient evidence that God exists, that Jesus rose from the dead, that the scriptures are telling the truth, once you've established that, then you can rest that that is true. After you've used reason to establish that the Bible's true, then you can rest in that. But that doesn't mean you know everything. Asking questions is a good thing. And actually, that's not true. When I was 17, I knew everything. But now I don't, all right? So it's good to ask questions. And in a certain sense, doubt is good. Why? In a certain sense. Because doubt, if you pursue the doubt to try and get answers, it will help you become more like Jesus and a stronger Christian. If you have no doubts at all, you're probably not thinking very much. Doubts can drive you to get answers and make you a better ambassador and enhance your capacity to enjoy God forever. Somebody who was always asking questions was Charlie Kirk. Always. And he wanted others to ask questions of him. In fact, that's something that Hunter told me yesterday. I don't know if Hunter's still here. Are you still here, Hunter? Oh, Hunter's in the back right there. Yeah, Hunter said that, he wanted to ask Charlie questions, and he appreciated that Charlie was open to questions. And isn't it ridiculous that people call Charlie Kirk a fascist? Isn't that? Because we all know that a typical fascist tactic is to give your opponent the microphone so he or she can make their case while you silently sit there and go, uh-huh.
Totally.
No, the guy that shot him is the fascist, ladies and gentlemen.
Amen.
Thank you, Danny. Yes, ma'am.
So my name is Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
And I 100% agree that, yes, the person who shot Charlie Kirk is a fascist.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say thank you for your presentation. I actually was there the day that Charlie Kirk was shot. And
Is that another witness then? And all these witnesses there.
honestly,
No gag order. No gag order. Everybody's there.
I have a statement and then a question. But my statement is
Oh man,
I
that's a good
believe
one.
that probably one of the reasons why God allowed Charlie Kirk to be shot is to expose evil in ideologies.
These people are all pan-picked. Hunter Kozak is there. Henry Dells is there. The interviewer guy from the TPUSA is the first one to speak. His name was Was it Jacob or Jess? I don't remember what his name was.
What?
Kit-
Jacob Jacoby?
Yeah, that was the first one.
Yeah, he spoke too.
You know his last name? That's great.
It was in the chat.
Oh, it was in the chat?
Yeah.
Great. Can you guys spell his last name for me in the chat again? So she was there. She's a witness. All this. So good. Yeah. Rue Sarah Connor 7619 judging before trial. Why are we actually?
We're not allowed to speak out about our opinions, but apparently they can speak out about anything they want with their opinions, and it's not painting a jury pool. But we can't even have a thought without it being like Thank you so much. I know this is a long one.
I'm sorry it's so long.
We did
but
not
yeah,
know it was going to be
but
like
going
this.
but going through this is like it seems to me all handpicked, and I did tell Chris that, and Chris agreed. And yeah, and they're all witnesses. So
Yeah, I don't know.
all right, I'm so sorry. Continue on.
Suppose that there is evil in worshiping this idea of being trans, to expose evil, to expose evil in being on video games and being on Discord all the time. And anyways, my main question is, how do you know you have forgiven somebody? Because I'm finding it very hard to forgive this Tyler Robinson, because I just think he was evil. He is evil.
Let me give you my perspective. Tyler Robinson is made in the image of God. Therefore, I hope he repents, accepts Jesus, and then is executed. Because that's what he deserves.
What?
That's pretty strong statement with no evidence being presented as yet, my friend.
Did you hear what he
strong
just said?
statement.
Pattern recognition. Did you hear what he said, Debbie? If you're still here, did you hear what he just said?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, Tornado Alley.
What the heck was that?
What?
Wow,
does this mean that they're actually going to put him to, like, does he already know something we don't know? Why is he talking about this?
Yeah,
Guys.
there hasn't even been a trial, and that's what you're saying? Like, wow, man.
What is going on?
Wow. Wow.
Okay, I'm just gonna
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna rewind it just a tad.
Tyler Robinson, because I just think he was evil. He is evil.
Let me give you my perspective. Tyler Robinson is made in the image of God. Therefore, I hope he repents, accepts Jesus, and then is executed. Because that's what he deserves if he's guilty. In fact, Jesus affirmed the death penalty when Pilate said to him, "Don't you know I have the authority to kill you?" Jesus didn't say, "No, you don't." Jesus said, "You do, but you get that authority from above." The government is given the sword in order to execute punishment on the wrongdoer. This is Romans 13:4. But I understand the animosity that one might have to someone like Tyler Robinson.
Hey. I mean,
Yeah, no kidding.
right?
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of our theory. Well, it's my theory, the electrocution theory. We have a reamp. We're going to talk about that theory though in one of our lives. Oh my God, what is happening?
Wow.
What is happening? So what Baron Coleman grifts off Charles James Kirk's death to nobody and says nothing about that. Well, I don't know. He's done a lot of work, so I don't know if he's like, then you can say everybody's doing that, right? But he's done a lot of work.
Some of his episodes have been a little weak lately, but
Yeah.
he he put in his time, I guess.
I mean, then you can say Candace, and then you can say Paramount Tactical, and then you can say, because they make a lot too, right?
Well,
I don't make it. I don't really make it. I don't really make anything. And I'm sitting with you all here. I'm having a great time, and I don't want anything. I don't want anything.
Further to that statement, there is people that are just strictly grifting. You don't care about any of this anymore. And I just want to.
He didn't say allegedly. He didn't say allegedly, and we all have to say it. He just said he's gonna. He should get the death penalty.
Yeah. Oh well, it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. All right, moving on. So sorry, guys. We just gotta, listen to him.
But bitterness only hurts you. It only hurts me. Bitterness is like drinking poison and hoping the other person dies. What Erica Kirk did at the memorial to stand up and say, "I forgive him." What she's saying is, if Jesus can forgive me, I can forgive Tyler.
Yeah. I like
because
how-
I'm a sinner too.
And I
And
like what
holding
she
on to
did.
that bitterness isn't going to help. Now, she agrees, obviously, he needs to be punished. But there's no sense holding on to this. Now, can I also point out one other thing about this, ladies and gentlemen? Not always, but quite frequently, when something evil happens on the left, there's a riot. When something evil happens with regard to Islam, there are beheadings.
Whoa.
When something evil happens with regard to Christianity, there's forgiveness. Erica Kirk demonstrated the love of Jesus, and yet people are running her down. Do you know why this is going on? Did I mention this before? Maybe I forgot to mention this. That Jesus and the apostles call Satan a murderer, a liar, an accuser, and a slanderer who seeks to kill, steal, and destroy. We had a murder, and then what have we had since then? Lies, accusations, slander that are trying to destroy a widow, destroy the future of her children, destroy the organization that she now leads and was built by her husband. And you don't believe in the demonic? How could it be more obvious? So I would say follow in Erica's footsteps. Let the bitterness go. Pray for Tyler. Pray for look, if he's not guilty, I hope they find the guilty guy, right? But I'm 99.5% sure he is guilty.
99.5.
What do you know that we don't know? Because as far as we see it, he's innocent. So
'Cause
what makes you 99.5?
All you heard was a pop. So I don't know. From what Candace said, they don't even have one bit of evidence, just prints on a gun. And that would be his gun anyway. So his handprints would be on it anyway.
His whole family's prints
Yeah.
would be on it.
Yeah.
It's allegedly it was a family heirloom. That means you could have 3 or 4 generations,
Yeah.
maybe even more, of his family's prints on that weapon.
And isn't he pleading not guilty?
I heard he pled not guilty. I heard he didn't turn himself in either.
Yeah.
So like,
I mean, if everybody's after you, you're just gonna have to. Like if they're looking for you if they think you look like somebody, you're just gonna have to, right? Because they think it's you, and explain yourself. Now we're at this point. I can't believe this guy.
Oh, 1 second.
Yeah.
Sean RY4 FY. Wow, the 0.5 is the little part of your brain that still works. Kudos, sir.
Oh my god. No, I can't. I can't with him. I really can't.
man.
And how does he know? And why is he saying this here? There's no
pushing,
gag
man.
order. There's no gag.
Propaganda pushing.
There's no gag order here. I mean, is this allowed? Shoot, man. This is a lot.
He's innocent till proven guilty. There will be a trial. Let's wait for that.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Sarah. Thank you.
I did want to end with I do appreciate what Erica Kirk did.
Mhm.
And also, if any of the rest of you were at that Charlie Kirk event, I would love to talk to you.
Okay, thank you. God bless.
I mean, like, are you pre-planned picker there, little cheerleader picker? Where do you come from? This place
Well, she was
is,
there. She was there. She was a
This
witness.
is all pre-planned questions.
Bless you. Yes, sir.
What is this? What is this?
Hey, Dr. Frank.
Yes,
My
sir.
name's Riley. I just want
Riley.
to say I appreciate all the evangelical and apologetic work you've done. It's really
Yes,
awesome.
thank you.
My question is a little strange, but if Islam were true, would you become a Muslim?
Sure, if it was true. Do you think it's true?
I do not think it's true, but my question off of that is I honestly have thought about it for a while.
Uh-huh.
And even if Islam was true, I would probably not become a Muslim.
Well,
And
the
my
question is, what kind of Islam? Because there are different kinds of Islam, and I just happen to have an expert with me. Right here. Come on up here for a minute. Can I have that mic over there? This is Ridvan Adamir, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there are Sufi Muslims. They're
There's
pretty
all kinds,
docile.
right?
But go ahead, continue with your question. If Ridvan has something.
You were doing quite well. I don't have to.
Okay, no, but I want you here anyway.
Okay.
You're my security blanket.
Yeah, no. Prostate problem, awesome. But the main. Do you think there's a problem with me saying no to that question? Is the main question.
Well, here's the problem. What people always ask me, if Islam is true, would you become a Muslim? In reality, given what I know about Islam, it doesn't comport with reality. So I don't think it could be true.
Okay. Is this a handpicked question or what for this guy to come up and speak? And he's wearing the freedom shirt too?
Yeah, they all are.
Oh man. I want to know what this guy's name is. Who's going to speak now? He's going to make him speak.
Yeah,
it's all pre-planned.
Him and Frank look like they did their laundry together. They got the same shirts, the same pants.
Okay, so you're gonna bring this person up, and then you're gonna speak because he's gonna ask this question about this.
Okay, but if there's a strain of Islam that were true, that there is a God, his name is Allah, and he wants devotion, I could understand that. But there are things about Islam that I think are just demonstrably false.
And I agree.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I would say I myself, if I was asked the question, I would also say I'm an ex-Muslim. I left Islam. I grew up with it. Was an atheist for 10 years, then became a Christian quite recently. But if I was asked today if Islam was true, would you become a Muslim? I would say yes, definitely. But I know that it's false. I know that it's nonsense. I know that it's more than nonsense. I know that it's a bunch of nonsense that needs to be taken seriously, but especially for Christians to know, a very good opportunity actually is, so Islam as a religion claims to be the fulfillment of the biblical religion of what the God of the Bible supposedly revealed. The Quran claims to be the completion of the message of that very same God. The Quran comes along, makes the claim that it is the same God, but while affirming the truth and the preservation and the authority of the Bible, of the Torah and the Gospels, goes on to completely refute it. And
why is the Muslim wearing a freedom shirt?
Well, I've got an answer for that actually. Our friends overseas are killing them too.
Oh dear. Oh man.
Allegedly.
Oh,
and there is no plea yet from Tyler? Okay. No plea from TR yet? Interesting. Okay.
But I heard from the grapevine on another was it from the Brandy and Billy show? Like didn't they do the interview and then something happened and they talked to one of the witnesses out in the parking lot and then kind of the family said something like they don't think he did it. I know that happened.
Well,
yeah.
I'm just looking at chat and Tornado Alley's saying there isn't a plea yet. And Leslie's also saying, yeah, TR hasn't made a plea. Edie's saying he did not plead guilty as yet. Okay, so
I correct myself because maybe I'm just thinking that because the parents said they don't think he's guilty, maybe I just thought there's a plea deal already. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I thought he might have entered a plea too, but stand corrected. Okay, so we're still waiting on that.
Yes, they interviewed the parents. So
yeah.
That okay, so they don't think he did it. So when is the plea deal gonna come out then? Is it gonna be April? I don't know. Okay, I'll just keep going.
Yeah,
Frank Turek just here explained to us very, very well why Christianity is true and why the evidence for Jesus and his resurrection, his divinity, hold up very, very well. Muslims often go around claiming that they respect Jesus and they also believe in him. Muslims actually, while affirming that the early Christians were correct in their beliefs, also believe, because that's what the Quran says, that Jesus was never killed and therefore was never resurrected, which is a complete insult to Christianity and to Jesus himself. I think that's something that should be known, and the truth can be found with Christianity, as Frank demonstrated here.
Thank you, Ridvan.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thank you guys for all your work.
Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Don't go far. I may need you again. All right.
My name is Regina.
Hey, Regina.
I have a question. It's from my brother.
Yeah.
He texted to me. He's watching online right now. He was hoping you could answer if you feel comfortable. He wanted me to ask if you think all LDS are believing a false doctrine and if you believe they will go to heaven if they continue to believe their theology.
It depends on what their doctrine is, because I've been talking to my friend Aaron Marshall over here. Aaron, why don't you come on up here for a minute? You know how I said earlier that I even think some Baptists can be saved? It's not where you go to church that makes you a Christian. Some people in the Latter-day Saint Church may have the right belief about Jesus, but according to the official doctrine of the Mormon Church, excuse me? Okay. Yeah. So I haven't catched up with the branding yet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean no offense. Okay. Okay, Aaron, go ahead.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we have lots of interaction with fundamentalist groups all around here. So when we talk about the rubric of Mormonism, obviously the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the biggest branch of that. But we would say that if I've trusted in Jesus, right, if I trusted in Jesus for my identity, then I will be with him forever. I will have eternal life. We see this in John's gospel. Believe in Jesus and you will have eternal life. And we would say lovingly, right, we want to have conversations, that the LDS Church would say, yes, general salvation for everybody by trusting by what Jesus accomplished on the cross. But in order to get eternal life or exaltation, the highest level of celestial kingdom, that's when you have to produce. That's when you have to earn. And what we would say in the most loving way possible is that what Frank said is that Jesus loves us simply because he loves us, not because we've earned it. And so I have confidence that Charlie is with Jesus today because he.
I mean, didn't know what kind of poll to do today.
Yeah, and
So,
honestly,
thank you so much.
We could have did that, but we had no idea we knew it was going to be a train wreck, but we didn't know it was going to be like this.
Yeah, I mean, I can't predict it.
Like the first hour and a half was just brutal.
Yeah, it was all lecture, so.
Yeah, I
Like,
feel lectured.
It's like when you win a prize, but you have to go to one of those places and they keep you in a room for 4 hours. That's what it feels like. Anyhow, thanks for your comment. Yeah, vote. I have a poll going. You can vote.
Trusted in Jesus alone, not because he was doing all these things in addition to that. And so that's what we would say the difference between what we believe, and there's lots of others. We have different view of God, different view of man, different view of heaven, different view of hell, literally everything. But I would say that's the main thing that we want to get across in our conversations.
Yeah, I would also say if I understand LDS doctrine correctly, the LDS.
That's what it was. Timeshare meeting. Thank you. That happened to me when I was in Aruba. I was stuck in a room for 4 hours.
Oh, the timeshare meeting? Did somebody actually say that?
She did.
Person or the LDS doctrine would say that we're not
that happened
going
to
the
us.
highest level.
Yep, that happened to us.
Okay, sir. Sir. Okay, sir. If you want to ask a question, fine. You can come up here. I don't think in history a Mormon has ever been thrown out of this. Okay, I mean, you guys are kind people. We're just having a conversation. Okay. The point here is that everybody believes what they believe, and that necessarily excludes its opposite. I don't think God is going to force anybody into heaven against their will. If you don't want Jesus now, the true Jesus, you're not going to want him in eternity. Everybody makes their own choices. I do know how people get to heaven because Jesus is the one that talked about heaven and said he was the way to heaven. So I'm going to tell everybody, I know this is the way you can get to heaven. If you don't want that way, that's up to you.
And we would say to heaven just is to be with God forever. So if I'm not with God forever, that's not heaven. And on Latter-day Saint belief, right, the only way I can be with Heavenly Father forever is to be in the highest level celestial. The only way to get there, we would say, is by doing works. So that'd be the main difference between what we believe. I mean, there's lots of others, but that'd be one of the main differences.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
question.
guys.
God bless you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Hey, don't go far. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Turek.
Yes, sir.
My name's Caleb, and first, thank you for returning to the campus.
Yes, sir.
We greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
I recently have renewed deep study of Jesus and the faith.
Okay.
And the one question that I've been struggling with that I hope to be able to get some input on is a bit of a dilemma. When I consider God's act of creation, when he was picking the rules of the game that humanity would play by, God had infinite sets of rules to choose from. He had infinite board games for humanity to play.
Can I ask you what you mean by rules? Do you mean moral rules or do you mean physical rule? What do you mean by rules?
All of it. Like if you imagine.
Well, no, if God is God, he doesn't have an infinite number of moral attributes. His moral attributes are what they are. And so he is not arbitrary. He doesn't decide, oh, today I like love, tomorrow I might like murder. He is the standard of love and goodness and righteousness. So he doesn't have an infinite number of ways he could set up morality. He is the moral standard.
Certainly.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No. With that, he could have arranged reality in different ways. What I don't see is why God couldn't tune the preconditions so that humanity could just be created right in heaven to be saved. Said another way, if God has aseity, creates ex nihilo, and has total authorship over reality, and selects the conditions that we arrive in, he could have picked a different game. The dilemma I see in creation that I'm struggling to understand is if we believe that in heaven we'll be free but won't choose evil, that kind of world is possible. With total power, God could arrange the preconditions, rearrange the laws of reality to be able to create humanity as truly loving and truly free from the start. Why didn't he?
Okay, because what might be logically possible might not be actually achievable with free creatures. Because what God can't do is force free creatures to do what he wants, because if he does, that's a contradiction. They're not free. So God creates a universe where the maximum number of people are saved and the minimum number of people are lost freely. I mean, could God create a universe where nobody sinned? Yeah, it's logically possible. It's just not actually achievable with free creatures. And the one other aspect to this, which is hard to communicate, I might not communicate it well.
That's fine. Yeah.
But redemption brings you to a higher level of relationship than innocence. What do I mean by that? Well, I'll just give a business example. If you own a business and a customer has a bad experience with your business, and you go above and beyond the call of duty to resolve that issue, that customer...
Good night, whoever's leaving now. Thank you so much, Debbie. I mean, it's been a long night.
Yeah, thanks for staying with us. Whoever has, thanks a lot. Thank you so much, Debbie.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We appreciate you. Thanks for hanging in.
I'm just I just gotta keep going and listen to the rest of it, and come in and out because I have to probably go. We have to probably go to the bathroom because we haven't gone yet.
Yeah, feel free, guys. Like if you need a drink, you need a snack.
Yeah.
Please.
This has been a long. I didn't know he's gonna be this long.
Yeah, we had no idea it was gonna be like this.
So thank you so much. You're still here. Thank you so much. I've seen you on X. You're pretty amazing. Thank you so much for joining. So we're just gonna keep going on. This guy looks familiar. All of them look familiar. All of them are witnesses on that day. You're talking about the trial. You're talking about things that I don't think they should be speaking of, really. Widows. Tyler Robinson, 99.9%. No, 99.5%.
Yeah.
Sure that it was him.
Of course, right? Of course.
He looks familiar though, this guy. What's his name? William?
Is more loyal to you than if nothing bad ever happened. Because the relationship has been strengthened because you saved that customer from a problem. The same thing is true when it comes to relationships. If you're in a relationships of innocence and then there's a falling out, if the person that you had a falling out with does something heroic to save you, that relationship is stronger because of the difficulty that was resolved than it was before there was any problem. So the descendants of Adam and Eve who go through that problem, sin, and then they're saved by Jesus, their relationship is stronger due to the redemptive and loving acts that Christ did for us than it would have been if we had never sinned.
Amen.
That's
Amen. Amen, DD. Like, yeah, we all know Hunter Kozak didn't like Charlie because, you know, he was in that America tour.
Yeah, and I don't even know why they're bringing him around. Like, honestly, he sat there and spent, that whole year fighting him and bucking him and going to campus, trolling him. And now they've, put their arm around him and go, hey, buddy, you were there. Man. You must be our friend. Like, what the heck is going on? Like, literally, just because that happens, he does a 180 on what side he's on and starts acting like they're their best friends. Did people forget that?
I think so.
Like,
Allie, you have a memory of an elephant. Amazing. I don't know. I told people like a little bit. I feel like Charlie. I don't need my cell phone. I was on Barron's Live and he asked me a question. I could say the names. I could point out what he was talking about. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I have a good memory on stuff.
This guy's name is Caleb, maybe? This guy? That's what Crybaby G is saying.
No, the other guy was Caleb. This guy's Williamsy. William.
It is William? Okay.
Caleb is not his name. Caleb was the other guy. Here,
gotcha.
I can bring it up closer if you want to see his name here. It does show. I don't know if I can bring it up, but I'll take a screenshot.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, but anyways.
Yeah,
so we had Caleb, we had Hunter Kozak is coming up, I think.
I'd be interested to see if
I fast forward?
I would like to see if Henry or Hunter says anything.
I'll look.
That's what I'm sort of interested in.
That it's an illogical thing is basically what you're saying for God to tune those preconditions.
Well, it's not illogical. It's just against reality because God, when we say God is all powerful, it doesn't mean God can do everything. Certainly. I mean, God can do everything that's not logically impossible or against his nature. Like he can't create a square circle. He can't create a one-ended stick. He can't create a married bachelor. He can't create an honest politician. There are some things that are just too hard for God. Okay? So those are contradictions. So could God create a world where everyone was innocent? Logically, yes, but not achievable because as soon as he gives freedom, then people are going to use it negatively at some point.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. What's your name?
I'm Ethan.
Ethan, go ahead.
So I've been watching your content since like 4th grade.
Thank you. You're making me feel really old, Ethan.
So I'm trying to figure out like the exact words to say this. So Charlie Kirk did an event up here in, I believe, 2022. And me and my mom went there, and I got to ask him a question on how can we be courageous in whatever career field we're in. Because like for me.
So if you just got here, it's been a long night. We waited forever for Frank to even bring up one speaker. So it's all about a lecture. It's like those timeshares when you get trapped in a room, and we've been listening to him for 2 hours and a half before he brought up a real life person. And it's been about space shuttles and stars in the sky,
the galaxy. Like it's
God and all about the trial, all about he re-traumatized everybody again. He told the whole story from beginning to end, how he passed and what happened in the hospital. He went through it all. So you can rewind and go watch, or I'll put his clip in my description.
Yeah.
And then you can watch it yourself.
And he's also obviously pushing pure fed slop.
I'm going to do a
bowls of it, bowls and pots and carfuls of it, trucks full.
I'll do like a timestamp, so I'll put it in the description, the good parts, so you guys don't have to watch the whole thing.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm not going into like apologetics or anything like that as like a career, but I want to glorify God in what I'm doing and also stand up for the gospel. How do we do that responsibly without being arrogant and without being like mean? And then also, what's like the line that we draw between like staying silent and also standing up for God's
What's the
truth?
last part of it? Where you draw a line between what?
Between like staying silent in some situations or like standing up for God's truth.
Well, Jesus said you have to be as wise as serpent and
Well, sorry, the beginning was the best part because the chat made me laugh so much. If you go watch it, the chat has been on fire tonight.
Oh, they're still great. They haven't stopped. We're the ones that are slowing
They're
down here.
making me laugh. They're making me watch this. Like I'm not even like this would be so hard to watch by myself.
I don't think any of us would watch this by
No.
ourselves, me or you or
No.
anybody in the chat. But we've been making it a fun time.
innocent as doves. You can't fight every battle. But if you're never speaking up, let me put it this way. If somebody doesn't hate you, you're doing something wrong. Okay? Why have there been so many attacks on TPUSA? Even before Charlie was murdered, because they're effective, because they're doing good things. If you're never being attacked, if no one ever wants to persecute you, probably people don't even know you're a Christian. You know, Jesus said, if they persecuted me, they're going to persecute you. Paul said, anyone who lives a faithful life in Christ Jesus will be persecuted. So if nobody's persecuting you, it might be that nobody really knows you're a Christian. You're not living it out. So you have to pick your spots. You can't be so obnoxious that you're not making any headway. You've got to be able to pick your spots. So it really depends on the situation. But it's a great question because too many people today are silent, when if everyone realized, like Charlie did, that when you're a Christian 24/7, 365, 360, every area of your life ought to be affected by Jesus. If you're a Christian, what area of your life should not be affected by Jesus? Every area. When you go to church, you should be a Christian. When you go home, you ought to be a Christian. At work, you ought to be a Christian. Online, you ought to be a Christian. In the voting booth, you ought to be a Christian. You ought to be a Christian everywhere. And that's one of the things I loved about Charlie. In fact, I said to Charlie, I've been looking for you for 30 years. A Christian, an evangelical Christian who realized that you could make a difference in politics and the culture for Christ. Everybody else was too scared to speak up. He wasn't. He was bold. You know what he said about courage? He said, what I love about courage is it doesn't take any skill. It just takes a decision. All you've got to do is decide. And by the way, courage is not the absence of fear. You wouldn't need courage if you weren't afraid, right? Courage is, I'm going to do what's right. And Charlie said this as well. I'm going to do what's right even when I don't know the outcome. That's courage. So do what's right even when you don't know the outcome. Thanks, Ethan.
Thanks, Frank.
God bless you. Yes, sir. What's your name?
I'm Jake.
Jake, go ahead.
So my question today, it's revolving around the topic of lust, the sin of lust.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you, it's something that affects so many people around the world, a lot of Christians, both male and female. And as a college student, I attend Utah State University Eastern down in Price, and just as a 20-year-old male. And you're 64, I believe you said you're turning 65. I just want to know.
Not yet, man. I'm not that old.
Sorry. Didn't mean to remind you.
Right.
65.
But I just want to ask you for any advice to get through it, any experiences, any strategies that were able to just help you push through lust and flee from it.
Yeah, that is a great question, and it's a question too often not asked. First of all, this is probably your biggest problem.
Yep.
Right? If this is a problem, get a flip phone. Be a geek. I mean, if pornography is coming over this thing and it's causing you, then get away from it. If you're an alcoholic, you shouldn't be living over a bar, should you? You know, so you're going to have to make hard decisions beforehand when it comes to lust. And my wife was so good at this with our boys. We had 3 boys. She would always say, you need to make a decision before you're put in a situation.
Most of the questions and most of the people are here are witnesses. They were there that day. And I think, 3 of the people already, they have been witnesses or TPUSA helpers. You know those helpers? Yeah. You know that? Remember that guy goes, I saw Charlie Kirk get shot. Oh my God. That one? There was that one, and there was a couple other ones hanging around each other with the red hats and the shirts. The first speaker was one of them. So these feels like pre-planned questions to me. And yeah, I'm glad I'm saving this because.
Which is true. You need to decide now before you're tempted that you're not going to go on the computer. or you're going to put on a software program that prevents you from going places, or you're going to call your friend, an accountability partner, because once a week you're going to get together and you're going to be able to ask each one of you the question, have you looked at anything pornographic this week? Because pornography is destroying minds. It's destroying relationships. Can I, since you brought up the question, I'm going to talk about it. I know there's some.
So he's saying he never looks at it. Okay. I'm just saying. Right? I don't know. I mean, allegedly, like, I don't know.
Well, allegedly, the widow he's standing up for knows about it.
Yeah, I don't see him wearing. He has no wedding ring on?
Oh, really?
No wedding ring.
Frankie.
Frankie.
You forget your wedding ring.
Where's his wedding ring?
Frankie.
People in here, but you guys ever noticed that over the past maybe 15 years, every other commercial is about erectile dysfunction?
What?
What is he talking about?
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Because men are consuming so much pornography that they can't perform in a normal relationship. You want to destroy yourself? Get addicted to pornography.
What is happening here? Stop talking like that. YouTube doesn't like it, Mr. Frank.
It's slow suicide by pleasure. That's what it is. So, practical steps: get an accountability partner, get a flip phone, or put some sort of filter on this where you don't know the password. Same thing is true on your computer. You probably got to get rid of Netflix, maybe even Amazon Prime. You notice you can't even watch a show now certainly without pornography,
You can't even go on X. It's everything on Twitter. You just scroll and you're like, my eyes. What happened? I didn't ask for this. I'm not following. Right?
Yeah.
Guys, like, what's he talking about?
I don't know. He's off the rails.
We just got to get radical, because you are more important than anything that you're tempted to consume.
And hold the stop sign right now. Okay. Don't all the military men allegedly, I'm not saying all. Okay, I don't want to say all. Stop at those ports and get off and, go do their little thing. Isn't that the same thing? That's live. That's live. Going in live and getting stuff. I mean, he would know all about it. He would know all about it.
You're made in the image of God. And Charlie was big on saying, men, you think it's attractive to women that you're looking at pornography? You think it's attractive to women that, sorry, I'm going to just tell you what he said, you're overweight? You think it's attractive to women that you're playing video games till 3 a.m.? You think it's attractive to women that you don't have any real direction in your life? You're still living in your parents' basement?
It's a good one, babe.
You think that's attractive? It's not. Women, is that attractive? No. And by the way, what else isn't attractive is going really fast in your car. Like spinning your wheels. Whenever my wife and I are out and we hear some guy spinning his wheels, I go, "You're really turned on, aren't you?" She goes, oh, that guy. Woo! Honey, help me. It's time for men to grow up, and Charlie was all about men growing up. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Next.
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Hey, I'm Ray. Frank,
Hey,
God
Ray.
bless you, brother. Thank you for coming out.
God bless you, man.
You're
Thank
back.
you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
On the topic of lust, real quick, before my
Yeah.
question, if I may, the Lord tells me if something is a stumbling block to me, to remove it, whether it's my eye or my arm, and I could spend my life cutting away my phone and social media and Google and whatever the heck it is.
Right.
And at the end of it all, what you're left with is just this.
You are so right. Women watch it. They do it. I mean, they're on it. They're like, there's a websites for it. Like, what?
It's weird. It's just that's such a sexist opinion. It's like only men do it. No, in case he doesn't know, women like sex too. I think someone needs to tell Frank that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's I don't know.
I
I was going to
mean-
say something maybe a little over the top there,
No,
but
yeah,
I'm
don't.
not going to. But
Frank
there's
set up too much already.
yeah.
But yeah, like he's military Navy guy. Come on.
Yeah,
Get
it's not a
the net.
one-sided thing.
And he's not wearing a wedding ring.
Yeah, I was actually just taking a picture to see if I can zoom in on his hand to see if it's actually there.
Mhm. And
I can't find it yet.
And did you know his wife's dad was in the military? He was an Egyptian flight pilot, and also he did what? What was it?
What?
Frank's father-in-law.
Navy?
Yep. And he worked for. I'll find it in a second. I posted it about it, but anyways, that's it. They're all in the military. His son, his wife, his father. So his father-in-law. I think he passed away though. He was an Egyptian. He was an Egypt flight pilot, wasn't he?
Yeah, actually, I
And
think you're right.
yeah. And yeah.
Let's
We're waiting
dive
for
back into
Raytheon?
it. Frank Turek's stepfather,
Not stepfather.
father-in-law.
Father-in-law.
Yes, worked at Raytheon.
I'll
in
find
and
it.
around the time allegedly Kent Fronsby did.
Yeah, something like that.
Allegedly?
Allegedly.
There's a chance that those families might know
Wicked
each other.
human heart, and every single one of us just needs the Lord to go in there and just scoop out all the darkness that our eyes have consumed and just clean it out. And this is part of preparing our hearts for the Lord. So anyway, I just wanted to share that to encourage the tall gentleman that asked
Yep.
the question ahead of me.
Yes.
The question I have for you now, a friend of mine blew my mind with this, and I just wanted to present this to you. He said, before Jesus came, there was a man roughly 31 years of age who disagreed with somebody in the political arena and was poured out at the neck as a result. And he spent his life outside, maybe in the wilderness, and he taught people and reasoned with them to repent or have a turning point in their lives. And
Oh my goodness, yes. She did the video. Erica supports the industry. I mean, if they want to do it, they can do it. And like, you want to watch it, you can just shut it off. Remember that video? I know that video. I know what you're talking about. Sean RYF 4.
Yeah, that went viral.
Yeah.
That went mega
Uh-huh.
viral.
I mean, if they want to do it,
Yeah, but apparently, her and Frank didn't have the conversation about
I know
that.
Frank doesn't know about that.
Yeah,
And he's getting pre-planned picked questions.
yeah. Someone should
The Lord
actually
Jesus
post
said-
that Erica video on Frank's Twitter account so that he remembers that. I think he might have forgot it.
And she agrees with like legalizing marijuana. She agrees with the word, and yeah, Frank Turek should talk about the grieving widow a little bit more.
if you will accept it, he is the Elijah who is to come. And when you go to the last chapter of Malachi, God says, before the great and awesome day of the Lord comes, I will send you Elijah the prophet, and he will turn the hearts of kids to their parents, maybe college-aged kids. So my friend said, who am I talking about? I said, obviously, John the Baptist from the scriptures. And he said, yes, before the great and awesome day of the Lord. Yet, I'm also talking about Charlie Kirk. And so my question to you is, has anybody ever shared this with you, this connection, John the Baptist, Charlie Kirk? And what are your thoughts?
No, because I don't think we can take the scriptures that are clearly talking about an individual 2,000 years ago and say he also meant to talk about Charlie Kirk. That's not the way I think the scriptures ought to be interpreted. There may be parallels, of course. There are parallels, hopefully, in our lives to the heroes of the Bible, particularly Jesus. But to say that that's what Malachi meant when he wrote, 2,400 years ago, that he had Charlie Kirk in mind. No, that's not the way the passages work. All right.
I think that's another one.
Thank you, man. God bless.
God bless.
Let's get it up.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, Frank. Thanks for coming out. My name is Rich.
Rich, go ahead, sir.
So earlier, somebody said we shouldn't say the name Yahweh, so might be in trouble. I got it tattooed on me.
Oh, okay, good. Just hold your arm out then. Yeah.
but
there you go.
Well, earlier today, I was having a conversation with somebody very short, and they had to leave, so I didn't have a chance to respond. But I
don't
just
know.
wanted to drop their comment to you and see how you would respond.
Asking for a friend.
Yep. So something they said was the existence of morality doesn't prove God, and that man just evolved into a society that has law and order, that has good and morality that we see today, so that we can, as creatures, get along with each other and live. So how would you respond to that?
I would ask them for evidence. And secondly, if it's an evolved sort of feeling that you have or thought that you have, then it's not objective. It's just a sentiment that you have. And that's not an objective moral value. First of all, I don't think macroevolution is true, but even if it was, a mutating genetic code does not have the authority to tell you what to do. If there is no God, there's no difference morally to kill somebody than to love somebody, because there's no objective meaning or purpose to life, and there is no objective standard of goodness. And when he says, well, we have to do this to cooperate, first of all, that's a moral standard, cooperation. Why is that right? You know, Stalin didn't have to cooperate. Most of the people that got in his way, he murdered. He had a small group of henchmen, and they went out and murdered everybody else. And then he died comfortably on his bed at 74 years old, shaking his fist at God one last time. So cooperation isn't always necessary to get what you want. In fact, most of the time, you can get away with stuff by not cooperating. Why is that wrong if there is no God? And by the way, in the book Stealing from God, we have like 8 reasons why the evolutionary argument doesn't work. I just mentioned one. Oh, by the way, here's another one. Evolution is a process of change. If at some point evolution causes us to think that rape is okay, would it be okay then? And if it's all about survival of the fittest, why shouldn't we rape in order to propagate our genes and survive? The evolutionists can't answer that. Because if it is about survival of the fittest, then do whatever you can to survive, including rape, including murder. So it doesn't work.
Thanks, Frank.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Rich. Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
Hannah.
Hey, Hannah, go ahead.
I'm in not one but 2 apologetic classes, and I
Wow.
wanted to ask something that they've never really touched on. Was, in your opinion, what is the biggest plot hole in Mormon ideology?
Plot hole.
And how do you come to it respectfully, but very, like, hey.
Okay, as Matthew was saying earlier, are we going to follow the truth or not? Here's a question I often ask people. If Christianity were true, historic, biblical Christianity, just the Bible, would you become a Christian? I always ask that question. And a lot of times people will be honest and say no. At that point, it doesn't matter how much evidence I give. It's not a head problem, it's a heart problem, right? Now, the same question could be asked in reverse. If Joseph Smith really was a prophet, the Book of Mormon's true, Doctrine and Covenants, Pearl of Great Price, if all that is true, that would presuppose that at least some of the Bible is false. Okay? If I've established already, well, first of all, let me say, as Matthew said, that if Mormonism is true, sure, I'd be a Mormon. Okay? But if Orthodox, historic, biblical Christianity is true, if I have evidence that historic, biblical Christianity is true, then by definition, just logically, anything that disagrees with that has to be false, if it's true. And the same is true. If Mormonism is true, anywhere it disagrees with, or anywhere the Bible disagrees, that has to be false. It's just logic, right? So what we're going to do, what I want to do, is follow the evidence where it leads. And in the evidence that I've seen, I think biblical historic Christianity is true. And Paul says in Galatians 1, if an angel even comes to you and says, I have a new gospel, don't believe them. Another gospel, a gospel that isn't grace through faith, not a.
What'd I miss? I had to go somewhere. Okay, guys. I can move on, or We can see if Hunter's there.
Yeah,
What was I
'cause
gonna say? So like, okay, so I don't know if you could change your poll. I have a poll up.
Yeah, because I was looking at it
I don't think you
here,
can.
and I am trying to see if I can, and
What's
it
happening?
won't let me.
Just Frank babbling? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
We haven't really missed
Speed him
anything.
up. Speed him up.
Yeah, I would
What?
actually like to see
Works.
if we can find.
So if I think that's true,
Okay, I'll try.
I'm not going to think that Joseph Smith on that point was correct. And I'm happy to be corrected. If somebody in here can make a
Look at the
case
next
for
girl.
Mormonism, then I'm happy to read about it. Okay? But as far as I've seen, the evidence I've seen, historic biblical Christianity is true. And if you look at the archaeologists, even many Mormon archaeologists will say there's no archaeological evidence for what it said. The Book of
You're talking about
Abraham,
Mormonism right now?
that document was not what Joseph Smith said it was. Even Mormon archaeologists and people that know Egyptian hieroglyphics say, no, that's from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It's 800 years after
Frank.
Abraham.
Okay,
Anybody else
Frank.
there?
So there's too many holes there for me.
I'm gonna move over. I'm gonna move
But I love
on.
Mormons,
He loves Mormons.
and I think one of the ways you love people is you tell them the truth.
Oh, you don't know about the truth.
Did he just say
You
you gotta
can't
call out the
handle
truth?
truth, Frank.
Oh, great line, Frank. One of the best of this whole disaster. Call out the truth. Wow.
Whoa, Frank.
You're not going to want to watch YouTube tomorrow because there's going to be a lot of people calling out truth.
Don't forget.
Wow. That was a good
Don't forget
line.
the drones, Frank. The necklace, Frank. CPR. You're pounding on his chest, Frank.
Where's the
Soul.
truth?
Who is now 95 years old. I don't even know if he's a Christian, but he says almost
But he
everything
did
well.
say you got
Archaeologists, even many Mormon archaeologists will say there's no archaeological evidence for what it said.
He
The
said,
Book of Abraham,
I don't-
that document was not what Joseph Smith said it was.
Okay.
Even Mormon archaeologists and people that know Egyptian hieroglyphics say, no, that's from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It's 800 years after Abraham. So there's too many holes there for me.
Okay.
But I love Mormons.
Oh.
And I think one of the ways you love people is you tell them the truth.
Oh.
In fact, Thomas Sowell.
Bye.
Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
Hi, Frank. Michaeline.
Just skipping ahead, guys.
Michaeline, go
Yeah.
ahead. Yes.
So, a bit nervous here. The best witnesses of Christ raising from the dead were the people that were there.
Yes.
I was there. A lot of us were there. I think we're the greatest witnesses.
Of Charlie's murder, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
At Charlie's assassination.
Yes.
Another witness.
She just said most of us were there. So basically, this is a room of witnesses.
Yep.
That are all preaching the one narrative. Okay, so that pretty much sort of sums this whole thing up, to be honest.
This
is a publicity stunt, allegedly. Just a publicity
What
stunt,
is
allegedly.
going on here? This whole room, they were all there.
They're all witnesses.
They were all there. Now I gotta go scan these people and go look at them in the crowd.
And they're all pro official narrative.
Wow, is he gonna talk to them later too?
So isn't this
So much for gag orders.
So isn't this tainting the jury pool? Like, I'm legitimately asking a question, right? Because they
Yeah.
were all there, they're all witnesses, and you or someone
Yeah.
allegedly, maybe people have talked to them, and they're all spitting
Yeah.
the same line now. So like,
She just said most of us were there. So
Yeah.
everybody that's in there right
Yeah.
now, they were there.
all right, so
This is
I think we all know what this is, guys. Like, I know everybody who's been tuning in this whole time. I think we all know what this is. I think it's pretty
it.
obvious
I'm
at this point.
Okay, I'll let her talk. I'm gonna look for her. I don't know if we'll ever find her.
Oh yeah, and people keep talking. There's somebody who has a child in there. You can hear them crying the entire time.
Poor thing.
Like, I don't like. They kept that child there late.
Yeah.
Like, I know we're in Eastern time and it's after midnight here, so it's a
Yeah.
couple hours back, but that's
Yeah.
still a long
Still.
night for a
It is.
baby.
All right, let's see. I don't know what her name was. Did she say her name? I'm just gonna get her name. It doesn't really matter. I can go back.
We've been trying to look
I
for.
only have one.
Sorry.
We're trying to look for Henry and
don't see
Hunter, and we actually don't see them. Like, we're scrolling through the timeline here, and we actually don't even see them in here. I think that was just clickbait.
Yeah, maybe.
Like the Gospels, I'm just one person. But when it started, it was very difficult to hear
Oh, is that
because
him?
I could hardly hear him. I was 25 feet from him. Of course, the speaker wasn't near me.
Well-
It was pointing out, but I agree. Yeah.
for us, I was kind of right in the middle, only
Mhm.
to the side of
Mhm.
Charlie. But there was a group to your left, to my right, over there.
Yeah.
That, from my standpoint, looked like a community of very strong dislikers of Charlie.
Yeah, there were some protesters. Yes.
And I would say there was 40, minimum 40, and they
Okay.
held huge signs. Huge signs, and they were, to me, they seemed to be LGBTQ
Okay.
Community.
Okay.
So after it was over, and very disturbing, and we're all shaken, and trying to follow the news media and having the cameras just fanning and like panoramic. The community that was over there was grass, like they were gone. I followed a lot, and it's hard to think that anything is really true of what goes on because of the media when it fans the whole area and watches people leaving, scrambling and frantic, and that area is grass.
Were they in a position to escape immediately?
No, it was before, and yeah, even after.
Okay,
when
so
it
what's
should-
I'm sorry, I've got a big long line. What's the main point you're getting at?
I just wondered, did you see those people? I mean, I think it's a part of.
I think
the night.
as I understand it, that protesters were moved just before Charlie got there. I think that is what I was told. Maybe that's not right.
No, it's not right because
Okay.
I couldn't hear because we're like, oh, that group needs to chill
Okay,
down.
so where are you going with this?
I'm just wondering if other people saw it, or was it only me?
Saying they didn't do anything. There was no shot that came from them. There was no shot. Everybody I talked to yesterday, in fact, Hunter.
Yesterday.
Hold on.
Yesterday.
This is interesting. What's he actually going to say here?
Yeah.
So he was.
What is going on here?
So he was there a day before talking to people.
Did you have lunch with Hunter? He said Hunter about 12 times.
Well, and you just caught that he said he was there yesterday. So he was talking with these people yesterday.
Of course, he flew in there and he's chilling with people. So, okay. This girl's asking a valid question. He's getting a little bit angry with her. He doesn't want to answer the question.
Yeah.
The shot didn't come from there. She didn't ask that.
No, she's just asking if
She
anybody
didn't say, oh, I'm getting so upset, babe. She didn't, not at anybody, but this guy. She didn't say the shot came from there. You know where they were holding up the banner. It's more on Charlie's left. So if we're looking directly at it, it's on Charlie's right. And there was that's the side that you don't have shots of Charlie, right? It's been all banned off. So she didn't say where the bushes were. She didn't say that anything regarding a shot. She was talking about protesters.
Yeah, hold on. Before you start, she was just basically trying to ask if anybody had seen the protesters, and Frank had said that he was told or thought they were cleared out before Charlie got there. The lady said no, they didn't. They were there, and she just asked anybody else, did we notice these protesters?
He's so full of crap because everybody said they could get in, and there was no checking in, checking out. So how would he know? He doesn't know nothing. He just fell on the floor and crawled on the floor. Oh my gosh, this man. Okay, hold on. I have to play this again.
It's a part of.
I think
the night.
As I understand it, that protesters were moved just before Charlie got there.
That's what I was told. Maybe that's not right.
No, it's not right because
Okay.
I couldn't hear because we're like, oh, that group needs to chill
Okay,
down.
so where are you going with this?
I'm just wondering if other people saw it, or was
Oh.
it only me?
Saying they didn't do anything. There was no shot that came from them. There was no shot. Everybody I talked to yesterday.
Ask that.
In fact, Hunter was at the microphone when it happened. Came from behind you, right? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I thought the shot came.
No, I don't think so.
I'm that's
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay, that was interesting. He was
No. I'm not happy with this. Hold on. I gotta hear this again. Here. No, I don't like this. I'm not happy. Finally, a good question.
Protesters were moved just before Charlie got there.
They were-
That's what I was told. Maybe that's not right.
No, it's not right because
Okay.
I couldn't hear because we're like, oh, that group needs to chill
Okay,
down.
so where are you going with this?
I'm just wondering if other people saw it, or
Oh.
was it only me?
Saying they didn't do anything. There was no shot that came from them. There was
Listen
no
to
shot.
this.
Everybody I talked to yesterday.
Uh-huh.
In fact, Hunter was at the microphone when it happened. Came from behind you, right? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I thought the shot came.
No, I don't think so.
I'm
I know, babe. I was trying to play it so we can hear it again. So I'm gonna play it one more time so people can hear it without I'm not gonna talk. We're all not gonna talk. We're all gonna listen to see if this is actually happening. Because I don't know if he saw him yesterday. Did he say he saw him yesterday?
No, he didn't say that. But what he did is he just referenced Hunter, and Hunter answered. He goes, "It came from behind you, right?" And he goes, "Yep, from the back of the room."
What the frick is happening? Oh, for sure Candace is watching this. Don't worry. Okay. And he didn't ask.
He asked nothing about a shot.
Yeah, thank you.
He asked
Thank you,
nothing
babe.
about that.
Nothing about. He didn't ask that. She didn't ask that.
He was asking about the protesters, and he
Okay.
started about talking about shot location.
Now listen to what he says about Hunter. It's like they had a conversation before.
Came from behind you, right? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I thought the shot.
Protesters were moved just before Charlie got there. That's what I was told. Maybe that's not right.
No, it's not right because
Okay.
I couldn't hear because we're like, oh, that group needs to chill
Okay,
down.
so where are you going with this?
I'm just wondering if other people saw it, or
Oh.
was it only me?
Saying they didn't do anything. There was no shot that came from them. There was no shot. Everybody I talked to yesterday.
Uh-huh.
In fact, Hunter was at the microphone when it happened. Came from behind you, right? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I thought the shot came.
No, I don't think so.
That's
Okay.
what-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What is the deal? He talked to Hunter yesterday.
Hold on. And it almost seemed like she was trying to say she thought, allegedly, maybe, just my opinion, not a fact, came from this group of people. Is that what I kind of heard at the end? And then he pushed her off the mic and just cut her
Yeah.
off and said, "Thank you very much. Move along."
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. He'll let other people speak longer. But isn't this like she just said she was traumatized? She said that she was there and he's not letting her speak. It's not what he likes to hear. So move along. What are you trying to get at? What are you trying to get at? You heard it right. Why are we listening to Hunter? Oh man, have these people been like, given something like some kind of funds or something allegedly? I'm not saying they did, but guys, why is he asking Hunter?
Yeah, a lot of people are sort of saying the same thing. They just tried to get rid of her. She didn't fit the narrative. This is called What I Tell You Support Group.
He was mad.
He's ready to take her head off. She didn't fit the narrative.
Oh, this is crazy. So
That was interesting. That was interesting.
I'm not. Hunter, I spoke to Hunter yesterday. Where did you see it, Hunter?
Like what? Are you staying at the same hotel? You rubbing each other's feet? I'm curious.
Yeah.
What's going
Yeah,
on?
are you having dinner?
Do
Are
you have a
y'all
burger
having
together?
dinner? Is this all one big fat joke? I'm not. You shouldn't be talking to Hunter.
It's a fucking witness, man. This is a room full of witnesses.
All witnesses. And is this fitting the narrative for whatever they want to do in the future with this trial? Like, why are all these people here?
Yeah, why is it a room full of witnesses? Talking to Frank Turk. That's so weird, man.
I'm sorry, guys. I just had to play that so many times because that's how I get things to stay in my head. All right, here we go.
Appreciate it. And by the way, since it's kind of an amphitheater and there's echoes, that might have confused people too. But yes, sir, go ahead. Cole, right?
Yeah.
Go
Cole,
ahead,
yeah.
sir.
I first thought it was interesting that you said that for 30 years you were looking for Charlie, because I actually heard online that he was a time traveler, and it's maybe he. But that actually gets into my question.
But I heard about that in a dream.
Right. Well, and so my question is, for many of us that probably have small social media platforms, or even we can only influence our family and friends, and a lot of us are getting impacted by what I would say are the insane theories, conspiracy theories from people like Scamdis Owens and Shake Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
What would you say would be our best way to maybe stand up or combat those theories, maybe along the lines of waiting for the trial, or just something to do, maybe to talk with our families or something like that?
Well, I would say, let me put it this way. People will say, have you watched everything that Candace Owens has done? My answer is no, but I don't need to watch every WWE match to know it's fake.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Wow.
Wow, there's a jab right at Candace.
Wow. Nice.
Wow, okay.
Well, like he hasn't done that before. He's
He
done
took the gloves off. Wow, okay. All right.
I mean, like, these are all hand-picked people. These are all his cousins and friends. Like, I don't know.
He's getting a little brave swinging at Candace.
Yeah.
Play that
when
again.
you're resorting to
Just that one little bit about Candace again, if you can, hun.
Of waiting for the trial, or just something to do, maybe to talk with our families or something like that.
Well, I would say, let me put it this way. People will say, have you watched everything that Candace Owens has done? My answer is no, but I don't need to watch every WWE match to know it's fake.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you're resorting to time travel and dreams and just speculation, you're throwing stuff up against the wall, that is not an investigation. That's slanderous.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think if you could just talk to people. Now, some people can't be talked to. Some people are just brainwashed in this kind of thing, and they think, oh, whatever their person says is gospel. That's not the way we're supposed to do even as Christians. Test all things. By the way, it's a genetic fallacy to say just because somebody says something, it's wrong. Candace Owens probably says a lot of true things, but her overall sort of insinuation that somehow Erica and T.
There was drones, CPR. I pounded on his chest. How many things did you say, babe? So many things.
Oh yeah. It's funny that the funny thing is that as much as he seems to hate Candace, actually he probably is one of her biggest fans. He probably watches every show, just like, like does Andrew does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The USA is involved is what we would call a male cow's excrement.
Did he just call her a...
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Play that back. Play that back.
Wait, what?
Play that back.
Some people are just brainwashed in this kind of thing, and they think, oh, whatever their person says is gospel. That's not the way we're supposed to do even as Christians. Test all things. By the way, it's a genetic fallacy to say just because somebody says something, it's wrong. Candace Owens probably says a lot of true things, but her overall sort of insinuation that somehow Erica and TPUSA is involved is what we would call a male cow's excrement.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, I'm Nathan. I'm
Nathan.
a Latter-day Saint, and I know you kind of said that you want to, if someone has kind of any, I guess, claim for
Sure,
the
go
Church
ahead.
of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, you'd want to hear it.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask, kind of going back, you said, right, to the witnesses of the resurrection.
Yeah.
Right, that they're credible, right? They didn't get things like sex or money or power from them, right? There was really kind of no benefit from them if they were to make it up. What would be your response to the witnesses that we have for the Book of Mormon? Because it's kind of a similar situation, right? They didn't gain any power. They didn't gain money
great.
from their witnesses of the Book of Mormon.
What did they witness?
They witnessed that you have 19 witnesses that Joseph Smith had the gold plates.
Okay, let me stop. What are gold plates miraculous?
In the way that Joseph Smith received them, yes.
But how
in and
do
of
we?
themselves,
How do they
no.
know that he received them in a miraculous way?
We have 4 witnesses, including Joseph Smith, that say that they did see an angel give them the plates. We also have witnesses concerning the translation methods.
All right. Let's suppose that's true. Are all angels? I'm just asking the question. Are all angels from the good side?
No.
Okay.
I mean, but he can't say that word, but he can say the P word. Okay. And the S word. But he can't say bullshit? Like, what's wrong with saying bullshit?
Wow.
Sorry, I don't understand. And yeah, a cow is a female, so I don't know why he said male. That was weird.
Male
That was
cow.
weird. We're getting close to the end,
But
guys.
it goes kind of to a similar thing, right?
Who we got next?
Like how, right? What would they have to gain from, right, a liar? Like what evidence would you?
Well,
have
let
that,
me ask you. Tell me what's true about Joseph Smith.
Okay.
Did he have more than one wife?
Yes.
Got sex. Money?
No, he didn't really.
Did he have his own
financially
bank?
benefit? He did.
Okay.
Yeah. And it
Power?
ended up failing. The bank.
Did he
that
have power?
made. Not necessarily over the church in general. Yes.
Okay.
But really in his life, it didn't amount to. Right, the kind of power the power he gained would be similar to the power that like Paul or Peter gained.
They got
in the
martyred.
New Testament church.
They got martyred. They didn't have power.
Joseph Smith also got martyred.
Martyred. What was the situation surrounding his death?
His death, he was killed right in jail.
Why was he in jail?
He was in jail. There's a couple different allegations. A large one was kind of like the destruction of a printing press.
So he
there's
burned down a
different
printing
things.
press.
Correct.
Should he have been in jail?
If
you burn down a printing press, should you go to jail?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So what happened when he was killed? Was it some noble sort of cause he had, or was he guilty of burning down a printing press?
He was guilty of burning down a printing press, which under under like the Nauvoo legislature, the way in which it was legal. Now, am I saying that it was completely the right move to make? No.
He got into a gunfight.
Yes, he did have a gun to defend
Okay,
himself.
so was Jesus in a gunfight?
No.
Was Jesus pulling swords on people?
No.
Jesus went to the cross like a lamb to the slaughter.
Mhm.
That's a martyr. Charlie's a martyr.
Okay. And there you have it. I said this in the beginning. They're calling him Jesus. It's in my poll. He's literally saying it.
Yeah. Or is he going to be?
He's
the
literally saying it, but
martyr
not saying it.
Messiah?
He's literally calling him the martyr. He's literally calling him.
The Messiah, the martyr
He
Messiah.
just called him Jesus, babe. Okay.
Well, Frank doesn't disappoint. It's been an
He
interesting
just,
night.
okay.
Been an interesting
Did
night.
you guys, if I fast forwarded that's why I don't want to fast forward everything.
Well, we only
like,
did a little bit because it was boring in the middle, but we,
what is he saying?
Or was he
Man.
guilty of burning down a printing press?
He was guilty of burning down a printing press, which under under like the Nauvoo legislature, the way in which it was legal. Now, am I saying that it was completely the right move to make? No.
He got into a gunfight.
Yes, he did have a gun to defend
Okay,
himself.
so was Jesus in a gunfight?
No.
Was Jesus pulling swords on people?
No.
Jesus went to the cross like a lamb to the slaughter.
Mhm.
That's a martyr. Charlie's a martyr. Charlie was wanting to hear what Hunter wanted to ask him, and Hunter didn't agree with Charlie. He said people could come to the front of the line who don't agree with me. You're not a martyr if you're in prison for burning down a printing press, and then they smuggle guns into that jail and you try and blast your way out. But let me ask you this, Nathan.
They've been calling him a martyr. Rob McCoy's been calling him a martyr. Charles Highwalk's been calling him a martyr. Jack Hibbs has been calling him a martyr. They're all in the same group chat. And Mikey McCoy. You know that clip? I'll bring it up.
I appreciate you bringing this up.
And I'll
it's
end it with
difficult.
that.
We all have deeply felt beliefs, and they're hard to just say, oh, I'm going to give this up. But when you look at Jesus of Nazareth, he didn't just claim to be God or claim to be the Messiah. He proved it. Not just by rising from the dead, but if you notice, we have 4 problems in this world. Sin hurts us. Sickness hurts us. Natural laws, natural disasters hurt us. And our ultimate problem is death. Do you notice that when Jesus does miracles, he does miracles in those 4 areas? He's sinless. He can heal the sick. He can calm the storm. And he can raise the dead. Joseph Smith could do none of that. Moses could do none of that. Muhammad could do none of that. Confucius could do none of that. Buddha could do none of that. Jesus is the Messiah. And
Oh
Jesus
my
said to
God.
his disciples, I will lead you into all truth. And that's the truth that they wrote down in what we call
Did you hear
the
what
New
he just
Testament.
said?
And so I think the evidence is very strong that biblical historical Christianity is true. And if it really is true, would you become that kind of Christian?
Yes.
Thank you. If I gave you a book, would you read it?
Yeah, totally.
Boom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey. Yes, sir. By the way, I'm sorry, but in about 7 minutes, we've got to pack up. I could
7
stay here
minutes.
all day, but we've got to pack up. And we want to interview some of you outside this room once we pack up. If anybody wants to be interviewed, we just want to get your sense of the event. We want to get what you've been experiencing since Charlie, how your life has changed since Charlie, what you've heard, what's happened. If you don't mind, it'll be right outside that door. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, first of all, I want to say that it was a good presentation. I agreed with most of what you said. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Snir, S-N-I-R.
Hey, Snir.
But there is one little big hang-up that I have
Okay, go
with
ahead.
your argument, which is Jesus. You know what? Great, he existed. You know what? Great, he did miracles. You know what? Great, he even rose from the dead.
Mhm.
Why should that matter for me? Doesn't Deuteronomy tell me that miracles don't prove anything? If Jesus comes and says, I will give you a sign, the sign of Jonah, who was in 3 days in the belly of the whale and then came out, and then he dies and he comes back up and it happens. Doesn't Deuteronomy tell us that if a false prophet comes and tells you a sign and then that sign happens, don't believe him?
I don't know what you're talking about in Deuteronomy, but
I'll pull it up. I have it right here. Deuteronomy chapter 13, verses 1 through 5. Everything that I command that you shall be careful about, everything I command you that you shall be careful to do it. You shall neither add to it nor subtract to it. The law, don't add or subtract. If there will arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of a dream, and he gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder of which he spoke to you happens, and he says, let us go after other gods which you have not known, and let us worship them. You shall not heed the words of that prophet or that dreamer of a dream, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you really love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. You shall follow the Lord your God, fear him, keep his commandments, heed his voice, worship him, and cleave to him.
Okay, yeah, sure. If there are signs that point to other gods, don't follow them, because even Satan can do signs that could even deceive the elect.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, you're supposed to
The other
test
side can
the
also do
signs.
signs.
Okay, but Jesus fulfilled the law. He
What does
didn't
that mean to
abolish
fulfill the law?
That he lived it perfectly.
If a
And
person,
you can't live it perfectly, and neither can I.
we have a tradition that Benjamin, the brother of Joseph,
Uh-huh.
never sinned. Likewise, Jesse, the father of David, never sinned. We have that tradition.
Well, hold on. Do you know where Paul gets the language when he writes the book? Have you read the book of Romans?
Not in its entirety.
Okay. Please read the book of Romans. Okay. Do you know
Please read Deuteronomy.
Do you know where he gets the phraseology that there is no one good, not even one?
It's in Psalms, I believe.
Yeah, he gets it from the Old Testament.
Right.
Okay, we're all fallen. There's been nobody. You've got tradition. I've got the scriptures.
So let us ask a question.
Mhm.
When Moses got the law, did he also receive a tradition?
Well, it depends on what you mean by tradition.
Moses
what do you mean by it?
Moses comes down the mountain and he tells the people of Israel, "You shall make fringes on the corners of your garments. Here I will show you how to do the fringes."
Mhm.
Later he goes and writes it down in the Torah.
Mhm.
The people, they say, "Wait, how did he show us? Let's see what the Torah says."
Mhm.
It says you shall make fringes. Does it say how we make fringes? Of course it doesn't. It gives us the overview, the summary, the hypnosis. In terms of how to actually fulfill what God wants from us, we also have the law that was passed down orally.
Okay, so why did Jesus say to the Pharisees, "You nullify the word of God on account of your tradition"?
When Jesus talks about Pharisees, you have to be specific. Who is he actually talking about? Because 80% of the population at the time were Pharisees. He could be either talking about the average person.
Is it possible?
Or he
is
was
it possible to actually disobey God through tradition?
if it is a faulty tradition.
Yes,
but if the
thank you.
tradition is verified by the court, when the court says that this is a valid tradition, then the tradition is true. How do we know this? Because in Deuteronomy chapter 17, verses 8 through 11, it says, "If a matter eludes you in judgment, between blood and blood, between judgment and judgment, or between legion and legion, words of dispute in your cities, then you shall rise up and go to the place the Lord your God chooses. And you shall come to the Levitic priests and to the judge who will be in those days, and you shall inquire, and they will tell you the words of judgment. And you shall do according to the word they tell you. From
Okay,
the
all right,
place
let
the
me-
Lord
all
will
right,
choose,
we're running
you shall
out of time.
observe to you shall observe to do according to all they instruct you, according to the law that they instruct you to do, according to the judgment you say to you, you shall do, you shall not divert from the word to the right or left."
Yeah.
If he doesn't like something, we're running out of time.
Wow.
We're running out of time.
I think even though I don't like the slop the kids pushing, he's actually eating Frank's food right now.
We're running out of
Like-
time, Chris.
Like he's
We're almost
actually got Frank up against the wall there. Like, do you notice halfway through that kid's rant,
Yeah.
Frank just started walking backwards, and the camera didn't even pan with Frank for a second or
No.
two. It's like he was getting put his back against the wall. Oh man.
Obviously, you got to set up some sort of court system when there's going to be disputes between people. We get that. But do judges sometimes get it wrong?
Whatever they tell you, don't go right or left. The great Supreme Court.
Yep. But sometimes they get it wrong, correct?
Even if they get it wrong,
So
don't.
in
go
other
right or
words,
left of what they
men
tell
are
you.
not the standard. God is the standard as expressed through the scriptures. Look, we're out of time. I'd love to talk to you more. If I gave you a book, would you read it?
Oh yeah.
Boom!
I'm partway through the book that Ratio Christie gave. Where's Zach?
All right. Thank
Where's
you for
Zach?
coming. Thank you for coming.
This is nuts.
And
Yo,
by the way,
Hunter.
let me say one thing. You see this gentleman here? Okay, you see him here? Okay, I don't want any of you out there ever having an opinion on the Israeli-Hamas conflict until you've read the Hamas charter.
What?
Okay? Because Hamas has written that this gentleman and even non-Muslims like everyone in this room should be executed. And yet somehow there's a confusion in America about who is doing right and wrong in this dispute. Does that mean Israel does everything right? No. But don't give me the nonsense that Israel is the one committing genocide when in the very documents of Hamas,
man, don't
that's
say
what they
that.
say they want to do,
Word.
and they're doing it. Thank you for being here.
You are
God
something
bless
else.
you.
Wow.
All right, sorry. This is the last question. Last question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We'll hang around here at the book.
All right.
Gotta get that book in there.
All right. So I'm completely wrong. He borrowed Rob's complete playbook. He cussed Candace. He cussed Tucker. Said a whole bunch of crap in scripture, which isn't even true. Talked about stars, fantasy, and then he hugged his, I don't know, his handler. Allegedly. I don't even know what that was.
I don't know.
And then he hugs the kid who destroys him at the end, who's got a beanie on his head. I think he literally went through Rob McCoy's playbook for giving a horrible sermon, because I was waiting for that. I'm like, when's he gonna drop the J word? And bam, there
right
you
at
go.
the end. I think that guy was planned to be there.
Oh, he was a plant.
And then he talked about the G word.
He was a
Of
plant.
course, I didn't want that. Like, but he did. Of course, he talked about
What the heck was that?
Wow, I couldn't believe it.
What a train wreck that was. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's almost over.
Table a little bit longer, but we've got to be out of this room by 10, so we've got to break down.
Quick
Go ahead,
little
sir. Go ahead.
inside baseball question, I
Yes.
suppose. I'm Cole Manwaring, by the way. What duty do you think a Christian has to make their country and their surrounding community explicitly and legally Christian?
The question is, are you suggesting that Christianity has to be prescribed on people or just described?
Described as in evangelized and prescribed as in legislated? Is that what I'm
Yeah,
getting?
well, what I'm trying to figure out is some people will say we were a Christian nation, and we were descriptively, but we didn't require people to be Christians to be citizens. Although much of our Constitution came from, in fact, the most quoted book for the entire founding fathers was Deuteronomy. They kept quoting Deuteronomy because Deuteronomy is a book of law, okay? So the Bible certainly influenced our Constitution and our nation, but we did not prescribe that you had to be a Christian to live here, okay? So it was descriptive, and there were laws that are consistent with the Bible that were prescribed, but you still had freedom of religion. So with that preamble, where's your question going?
So then in that case, it would be prescriptive. What duty, if any, would you say the Christian has to make Christianity and Christian law prescriptive?
We prescribe the natural law consistent with Christianity. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder, right? Thou shalt not rape, these laws, okay?
What about blasphemy?
They are consistent with Christianity. A blasphemy law, the states had blasphemy laws. The
I am
federal
aware.
government did not. If a state wants to do that, it's constitutional.
Okay.
They can do that according to the Constitution. Now, the question is it wise to do that? That's another question you can debate. But it was, in fact, 5 of the 13 initial states had their own state churches when the First Amendment was ratified in 1791. It wasn't until Massachusetts in 1833, I think, got rid of their state church. They didn't want to have a federal church, but states could have their own churches. Now, let me just draw a quick contrast here between, say, Christianity and Islam. We believe in America that you can impose laws consistent with Christianity from the natural law. If you couldn't do that, you couldn't have laws against murder, theft, rape, right? They're all in the Bible, okay?
Oh, I don't say that word.
Sharia law is different. Sharia law wants to impose religious practices on the populace, like women have to wear certain clothing. Women can only go out with men. Homosexuals all need to be executed. You can't be a Christian. If you become a Christian, you can be executed. These are all laws that come from a religion, not the natural law. That would be a violation of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. Islam and Sharia law is not consistent with the United States Constitution. Do Muslims have freedom of religion? Yes, until they use their freedom of religion to take the freedom of religion away from everybody else. The First Amendment is not a self-defeating amendment. It doesn't give one religion the right to take religious freedom away from everybody else. And until Europe and America realize that, we're going to have trouble.
All right, well, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Is that it?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming out. I didn't know how this would go because it's quite emotional being here, but I want to thank you and thank the people watching out there.
That was gross.
If anybody wants a book, we'll be up here. We have to leave the room at 10, but if you would see our cameraman, Clint, outside.
What?
Oh, wow. Okay. First of all, I want to thank every single person who stomached 30 seconds or more of that for the last 4 hours. Thank you guys so much for staying here and listening to that crap. There's so much wrong with that. We're going to need to like relax and think about it. But there are so many things that were said that were just off, like well off.
It always is when he speaks.
Yeah,
Always.
thank you so much,
Always.
guys, for hanging in here. I know that was a long one. Feel free to step away, go to bed, have a peanut butter sandwich, whatever you got to do.
I'll play something funny. I'll end off with something funny. You want me to,
man.
You want me to do that?
Yeah.
I'll end up with something funny.
Thanks for, I just want to really thank our chat. Like, you guys made this actually tolerable to actually cover. Like, we knew we were going to cover it no matter what as soon as we saw it come out, and we were like, oh man, this is going to be horrible. But thank you so much to our chat. Every person who was there at the beginning, all the way up until now, everybody who even stopped in. Thank you so much, guys. Like, I hope we were able to make it entertaining.
We laughed our butts off. I mean, I thought it was great.
Yeah, I hope we made it at least fun, and it wasn't just as horrible as just listening to Frank.
Oh no!
Like, oh my goodness,
it was
man.
actually great. And to end off today, I will I'll do this one.
Oh my God, something ridiculous and funny. Thank you so much, chat. You guys are the best. Thank you,
You
every
guys have
person,
been
man.
amazing. Thank you.
That was tough to watch for that long.
It was.
You guys are freaking champs.
All right. As you know, I love Rob McCoy. I can do a little bit of this one, a little bit of that.
That's relevant.
Or this one.
that one's relevant, or that one. Do both. They're short ones, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, short.
Charlie trained him.
찰리가 훈련시켰습니다.
He pushed him.
그를 밀어붙였어요.
He worked him very, very hard.
굉장히 어렵게 많은 고생을 시켰습니다.
And he's a modern day martyr.
그는 오늘날 순교자입니다.
And I ask you as I close.
이제 말씀 마치면서 말을 할게요.
Korea needs freedom. And the church is the soul of this nation. It's time to stand for truth regardless of the consequences.
한국은 이 자유가 필요합니다.
As you can see, he said martyr. He took his thing off. You know how that is, rocking and rolling and whatnot. And then I'll give you another little one.
Yeah.
This is another good one.
And Goliath has had enough. And he starts running at David. That's the time that you run away. David just starts running after it. He goes towards him. You're like, are you crazy? And as he's running towards Goliath, he's got 5 smooth stones in this pouch with strings on it. Everyone says, well, David practiced as a shepherd and he got so accurate. The weapon is unbelievably inaccurate. And do it at a full run. Like, I'm trying to get the stone out and running on that thing. And Goliath, boom, boom, boom. And David lets that stone go. And it's not in the scripture, but it is, in my mind. I think the stone went that way. And David had invoked the Lord of hosts, Michael, the archangel, 6 wings, catches it. I got this. And he wants the stone. Goliath. Boom.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I like him. And then that's going to end off with this one last thing, and then I'm out because I miss Rob. Where'd he go? Where'd he go to? Where did he go to? We need him.
Here we go. Bring it. Come on now. I need some action. Help me here. Come on. Let's
You're
go.
waving money.
A San Diego judge said that
Oh.
strip clubs could temporarily.
Anyways, that was an old video. He did that because of COVID, if you didn't know about it.
Yeah, he was protesting COVID.
Yeah.
Because he was making fun of the fact that strip clubs were open and churches were closed.
Yeah. I thank you so much for joining. You guys made me laugh. If you stayed right till the end,
You're just as crazy as we are.
Bless-
I don't even know
bless
how
you.
we did that.
bless you.
Thank you
I
so much,
mean,
guys.
Thank you so much. And Christ is King. And
Yeah.
we can say Jesus.
Yeah. Look, Jesus. I love Jesus.
I love
Jesus
Jesus.
loves me.
Jesus is
Look, we
King.
don't
Jesus-
burn. It's crazy.
It's beautiful.
They should try saying it sometime.
Yes. So have a great night. And thank you for all the laughs, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you
And
guys.
I'll see you tomorrow, Freedom Friday and Pastor Sunday. And have yes, thank you guys. Aw, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much, and have amazing. Is the weekend coming? Yeah, weekend.
Yeah.
Have an
yes.
amazing weekend. We're so tired.
Have a good night, guys.
Bye.